Hello, check 1 2 3. Hello, check 1 2 3. Hello, check 1 2 3. Hello. Hello, 1 2 3. Hello, check 1 2 3. Hello, check 1 2 3. Hello.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. I think let me inform you that the minister would be late by 20-25 minutes. If you cannot make it, he will be on Skype. So let's start. It gives me a great pleasure Nitin Desai, distinguished panelists, all of you, to today's conference on IP, innovation and economic growth in India, jointly organized by IEC and India. The significance of an efficient IPR regime, innovation for productivity-led growth is well established, both in theory as well as in practice. Starting from Solo's residual, which explained 80% of the growth, to Romar's endogenous growth theory, the technological improvement has been the main determinants of long-term growth and better standard of life. In fact, the history shows that if you start from like UK, then Europe, then US, Japan, and now China, wherein the intentional investment, technical progress has been the main factor for better growth and standard of life. If we go back to theories of OLI by Dunning, which clearly explains why FDI takes place, it is completely based on one thing, that is innovation, and most importantly, how to protect it. So this is all about today's conference, where the question is how to really create a better IPR ecosystem for investors to innovate in India, so that the Make in India becomes really a great success. However, we should be very careful about certain sectors like pharmaceuticals, which gives access to medicines or cheap medicines to millions of poor Indians. Uh, Before requesting Professor Desai to chair the session, I would request Professor Manoj Panda to honor Professor Rajiv Kumar by giving a call. Yeah. Now I request Professor Roy to do the honor for Professor Desai. Once again, I warmly welcome all of you and thanks for coming. So I now request Professor Desai to start the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me first apologize for the fact that we are starting late. We thought we would wait for the minister to turn up. This is one of the hazards of having a meeting in Delhi, that you are hostage to the political exigencies, and he has a chief minister who suddenly dropped in to see him, and quite understandably, he has to give that priority. I'm not going to say anything right now, but let me first turn to Manoj Panda, the director of this institute, to say a few words.
Chairman Professor Desai, Professor Rajiv Kumar, Professor Roy Composition, Clara Gillis. It is indeed a pleasure to welcome you all to this half-a-day workshop or conference, whatever we call it, on IT, innovation and growth. This is an area where significant amount of work is going on in some of the countries, but in India possibly it is an under-researched topic. There are very few forums where we hear about IT, innovation and growth, the linkages between them. On the other hand, the linkage between productivity and growth, that has been very well established, even in India. But be that as it may, we will be discussing that today. I would again like to welcome you all and introduce you Professor Rajiv Kumar. who will be giving the special address. If we are lucky, possibly we will also get the minister on Skype. Now, Professor Rajiv Kumar has been on the Indian academic scene for 35-40 years now. He studied in Lucknow and Oxford and worked in several institutes in India. He was also director of another research institute, the ICRIER. But apart from that, he has also been a person who has experience in government, in the Ministry of Finance, in international agencies like the Asian Development Bank, but also uniquely, he was also associated with the Indian Chamber of, FICCI, the Federation of Indian Chamber and Commerce, Industry and Commerce. That, in all these experience, possibly he is uniquely placed to speak on some of these issues that we will be discussing today. We are also grateful to Professor Nitin Desai having agreed to chair this session and make his remarks. He has also been a man of wide experience in academics, in the government. He was also the Undersecretary in the United Nations, or rather Undersecretary General. He was Chief Economic Advisor in Ministry of Finance way back about a quarter century ago. But apart from all this, I think not many people also know that he played a key role in the World Commission on Environment and Sustainable Development. He drafted some of the major chapters in that book. If you remember, the book also contains the widely quoted definition of sustainable development. I think once again, I would, without taking much time, we are already late. I would like to welcome you all and look forward to a very productive discussion this afternoon. Thank you.
Mr. Kamphausen?
Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to welcome you all here today, and it's a privilege to partner with the Institute for Economic Growth. Professor Desai, Professor Panda, Professor Sahu, Professor Kumar, it's a privilege to be in this opening panel with you. The National Bureau of Asian Research is an American public policy think tank headquartered in Seattle, but with offices in Washington, D.C., and Ms. Clara Gillespie and I are in the Washington, D.C. office of NBR. We focus on public policy issues that require the best thinking and the best research in order to enable public policy decisions that do the most public good. And in our pursuit of the truth and how it can better shape public policy, we employ what we call a network of experts model, in which we partner with the best specialists around the world on a particular issue as we examine the questions in a specific project. And so it was in that context that we were able to partner and invite Professor Sahu's participation in an earlier effort, and are very grateful for the chance to be here today, hosted by IEG for this workshop. We very much look forward to the discussions to follow and look forward to your questions and comments as well. Thank you very much for coming today.
I now request Dr. Rajiv Kumar, while we get our system organized, to hear from the Minister.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much, Professor Desai, and thank you very much to the IEG and to the NBAR for inviting me here, giving me this honor. A little bit of too much of an honor as it turns out to be, because I'm now pitchforked into the main speaker's role in the absence of the minister. I hope he'll come, and therefore I will be once again reduced to the secondary role that I was expected to play in this meeting. But great to be here, and also wonderful to see that this the topic is innovation. The topic is intellectual property, because as I think Prabhakar said, this is one of the under-researched areas in the country. And my own hunch is, and I'll come back to that, it is one of the reasons for it being under-researched is that the total R&D expense in India hovers around 1 or 1.2% of GDP, not more than that. And 80% of that, if I'm not mistaken, if probably more, is by the government. So the private sector, the private corporate sector of India spends 0.4, 0.3% of GDP on R&D, and as a result of that, there is no incentive, if you like, at least not from that. If you look at it from that perspective, for the private sector to talk about protecting innovation, protecting intellectual property. Although I keep hearing, and we'll get back to that India is converting itself into a knowledge economy, and that is where we will go, and that is where our advantage, competitive and comparative advantage is. At least I don't see that sign, or I did not see that sign when I was for 4 years associated with the private sector, first in both the biggest chambers of commerce here, the CII, which is the Confederation of Indian Industries, where I was the chief economist, and then at FICCI, where I used to head it. In both places, I did not notice, in those 4 or 4.5 years, in much talk about or much interest in. And I think that is where we may want to, we may want to focus our attention as we go forward, to try and explore the reasons as to why the Indian corporate sector, both public and private, is at the moment or has been not as interested in R&D and innovation. And the best that you get is something called jugaad, which is not innovation, unfortunately. And I refuse to believe that that is what the future for India is. And my friend Anil Gupta and the IIM, who has done a museum now under the Honeybee initiative, and he undertakes an annual journey into the interiors of India to discover indigenous innovation from the tribes and everywhere else. I think they are very good, and I think they must be it's a commendable work, and I think it should be protected and preserved. But I'm not sure whether that brings Indian economy and Indian productive agents onto the front line of technology and global competitiveness. So all of this by way of saying just one remark, and this is, I don't have this in my notes, but this is something that was triggered by what Prabhakar said, that this is indeed an under-researched area in the country, because if you are going to research on intellectual property, you're not going to go very far. With your PhD in intellectual property, whether it's on whatever part of intellectual property that is. My own involvement with IP, strangely enough, and Manoj gave away my age by saying that I've been around for 35 years or more, is actually that I was as a student and as a DPhil student at Oxford, economies get a healthy dose of technology without having to pay for it to the advanced economy. I mean, that was the basic mandate for that division under the most amazing person that you would have met, somebody called Dr. Suren Patel, and he asked me, because of various reasons, and as it happens, to write a paper on how trademarks and copyrights are going to be useful or not useful for the developing economies. And while I was researching on that, and that was later published, by the way, by the UNCTAD, I discovered that The environment at that time, can I get a glass of water? The environment was very much anti-intellectual property during the 80s. And this was led by, this was actually, the entire discussion framework was quite classical Marxist, and which was said that intellectual property is another tool by the imperialists to keep the developing countries down, and they're just extracting a price like all other property. Basically it was rent, and that intellectual property, like all other property, was a ready target for expropriation, if you like, and justifiably so. That was the climate in the 80s, and if you remember, there was this journal called The World Development, who at that time the editor was Paul Streeton, and this whole thing, this whole movement in some sense, or the dialogue was led by people like Paul Streeton, Francis Stewart, and my own supervisor Sanjay Lal, who said that returns on IP are only monopoly returns, are rentier returns, and therefore not justifiable. Sanjay Lal then broke ranks once he was exposed to the pharmaceutical industry. And once the pharmaceutical industry was able to explain and demonstrate to him the kind of R&D and the kind of effort that went into producing innovations. And that is where I suppose it is the most difficult, because the amount of expense that you undertake to do the cellular, the molecular research, etc., and then the testing, and then the sort of all of that, and the time you take, it is huge. And Sanjay then broke ranks and started discussing and talking about why IP and why returns on IP are very much justifiable. And the things, of course, things have of course changed a lot after that. Then we got into the Uruguay round, if you remember, and one of the main things there was the TRIPS, which is trade-related intellectual property negotiations. There was a huge discussion, debate there at that time. But at the end of the day, it did transpire that TRIPS was signed, was negotiated, was agreed upon, and I think all members of the WTO did accept the justified existence, if you like, of IP, and that the return on IP was justifiable. And TRIPS, in some sense, ended that debate, the earlier debate, which denied, as it were, IP as an economic agent. And I remember also just at that time, because at that time I had come back to India, and I was in the midst of the Uruguay round, discussions, debate, etc. And I was at my first job as a researcher at the Indian Council for Research on International Economic Relations, and we were the only organization, I remember very clearly at that time, in India, especially in Delhi, which took the stand that TRIPS and IT were justified. And we were actually pilloried for it, because they said, what is this? Who are these guys who are talking about this? And at that time, in the early 80s, we had then argued that India would benefit by giving stronger IP protection to its own innovators, and that's the way we should be. And because the argument at that time, which was made by the Indian pharmaceutical industry, which actually fought the battle between product patents and process patents, and that was a big distinction that was being made, was that product patenting is okay, but process patenting, because it interfered and it harmed the generic producers, would not be right. Ultimately, I think the Parliament did pass the law that process patenting was also acceptable. But the other developing economies, and I think this is where India's role is so important, other developing economies, including large ones like Brazil and Argentina, etc. I remember used to say that, oh, you guys are smart because you've not given the process patent, and that is why you've got an indigenous pharmaceutical industry, while the rest of the world did not have, the rest of the developing world did not have. And I, having lived in the Philippines, I know that this is absolutely true. The differential in price for even ordinary drugs and pharmaceuticals is so high between some other developing economies and in India that you're actually taken aback. And the reason, of course, is that the Indian indigenous industry, the Indian generic producers, and also to a certain extent the drug and pharmaceutical price, the drug price control order, have played a role in making drugs and pharmaceuticals more accessible in India than otherwise. All of that just to say that I think is important these days, because I find history is absent from most economic discussions. And I think I just thought I'll give you a flavor of where we are coming from, to recognize that some of that still exists in this country in significant ways, if you like. And there you will find within our country a fairly strong body of opinion which says, which I've just said, will be still living in the 80s and saying that this is not what we should be supporting or talking about. Today, India has accepted the global IP regime. I think we've signed on the dotted lines. We are signatories to the Basel Agreement and to all the rest of it. And yet we find that the IP protection, the IP enforcement regime is extremely weak in our country. And that's a fact. And I think that happens in a number of situations. IP is not the only exception. In our country, and this is a statement that I'm making, a very sweeping statement. I hope I'm right. I hope you'll agree. We have followed a legalistic approach towards reforms. And therefore, we put something in the statute books and we think that that's done and over with. And we have not, therefore, followed them up. So whether it is anti-dowry or anti-child marriage act or whatever, or it is IP protection, putting it on the statute books is where we begin and end. And the rest of it, I think, is left in some sense to a very ad hoc mechanism of enforcement. As a result of which, today the situation is that even our own generic producers are suffering because spurious generics are being produced in this country. And that's a fact. And I think the ultimate, the harmful effect of that is on the patients, is on the consumers, who, in the absence of this IP protection, do not have any mechanism, or the generic producers have very little recourse to fighting their own battle, let alone the branded producers and the patent holders, etc., etc. One of the results of this, which I found out when I was a member of the National Security Advisory Board, is that when we started discussing the comparison between us and China on where we are going with the knowledge production and on science and technology, etc., in the 80s, 90s, and now, we have been left behind. We were ahead of China in the beginning of the 80s in terms of production of knowledge, as gauged by several indicators like production of, by production of published papers, citations, registration of patents, etc. It's very clear now that we are now left far behind our northern neighbor, and that should worry us. And that should worry us simply because China, which is considered to be the manufacturing workshop of the world, if it is also stealing a march over us on the knowledge production, then our comparative advantage is threatened in both directions. And I think that is, to me, clearly a result of lack of adequate protection to intellectual property in this country. Intellectual property is still not seen with any sense of, if you like, it's not something that you want to protect in this country so far. The great majority of people will still say that that's a return, that's an unjustified return, and knowledge is free and knowledge should be shared and everything is in the public domain. Private appropriation of returns on knowledge, the Indian tradition has it from Vedanta onwards, is something which is not acceptable. And I think that thing would have to change as we go forward. So whether we talk today about our flagship schemes like Make in India, Digital India, Skill India, Smart Cities, all of those, I think, today critically depend upon whether or not those who hold the IP find this environment conducive enough to bring that technology, that frontline technology here, and invest and bring it through investment here. This is also true of our defense sector. This is also true of our frontline other technologies. Or whether, the argument sometimes given is that if we could do all of this without IP protection in atomic science and space, then why do we need it elsewhere? Now that's you cannot generalize on those two bases, because that's something That's been very special. That's where the government has had huge amount of focus, a huge amount of spend. So what you do in atomic science and space, which probably get about 50 to 55, 60% of your total R&D spent anyway, is not something that you could do across the board. And there is a whole range of sectors here, starting from railway engines, with the latest that has been produced by GE, to aeroplane turbines and everywhere, and pharmaceuticals, where you would need an incentive structure for the producers, for the IP producer, to be able to come to India and invest and participate in IP technology. So I think I put my point of view very clear, which is that I am very much for a full protection for IP intellectual property in this country, because because I think that it's a justifiable return, and two, that if you don't do it, then your own developmental aspirations, your own aspirations of becoming a leading knowledge producer in the world will not be met. So I think those are the two critical reasons. But going on from here, therefore, is to a little bit of a discussion on what is to be done and why is it such a problem. I think there are two crucial distinctions that we have to make in our own mind. One is the distinction between IP that safeguards returns to innovation, and we have been talking about it, and everybody told. But IP also quite often becomes an instrument to, as I have been mentioning in my remarks, to generate rents or to perpetuate monopoly position. Now, the second one is easily sorted out, and I think has been done by making IP protection temporary in nature, by giving it a sunset clause. Most patents have a sunset clause, and then they last only for a finite period of life, because it is expected that after that it should become public, as are Shakespeare plays, for example. Now, but the point is that is where, again, we can get into that complication, that at least our judiciary, the Indian judiciary in India, has taken on a very strict view of when a new patent is called a new patent, and therefore and they are into the evergreening of the patents and the evergreening of IP. Now, let's go back to that a little later as to what we can do there. The second distinction, the second thing that I want to make is that there seems to be apparently a trade-off between the interest of the investors and the interest of the consumers. The consumer welfare vis-a-vis the investor. Prabhakar also mentioned he's talking about IP protection, but then he did let slip in the fact, there are these millions or hundreds of millions of patients in India which need cheaper drugs. Now, that's the trade-off between the investor and the consumer welfare. And what can we do? And along with that, there is a bit of a trade-off between the large producers who can afford large R&D spends and the small producers, the MSME sector, the medium, small, and micro enterprises in India, are very much of sort of out there at the top of our priority in the government policy making, because it is argued, and it is also true, that these people could be muscled out of markets after markets by those who hold patents if we don't allow some kind of protection to these guys. And that's a sort of other trade-off between the IP producer, the investor in IP, and those who are on the other side of it. So these are the two trade-off, the distinctions that we have to sort of look forward to. In India, we have taken up so far, and by the way, apart from these, there are some sector-wise challenges that you would get, which is, and there you get into, the biogenetic technology, the genetics, again, mostly pharmaceutical, where there is compulsory licensing or there is sort of, etc. So those are the other issues that we want to get into it. As I said earlier, the first criteria, the first issue that I had raised between IP as a protector of returns to innovation and as a generator of rent, I think that's sorted out largely by making IP protection finite. I think where analytical work needs to be done is to make a much sharper definition of what is evergreening and what is not. I think it's still a fuzzy area. It's still an area where there is quite a bit of which can be left to subjective interpretation. And I think that is, and I've just been very sort of fortuitous reasons, I've been exposed to 2 or 3 cases recently where the patent office has refused patents, and those companies have come, have contacted me, etc., where they would argue they had done new research and they had come up with new molecules and they had come up with new products, but the patent office believes that that is not the case. So I think it is up to us and us academics that can we devise a sharper criteria of where evergreening is or where evergreening is not. Because if you permit evergreening, then clearly IP becomes a rent generator and has nothing to do then with the incentives to innovators, and therefore to the advancement of science and technology. So that's the first part. The second is actually much tougher. The second one, which is the trade-off between the investor, if you like, and the consumer. And it is tougher in democracies. It is tougher, even tougher in populist democracies like ours. And it's I think it's, as you can see how tough it is, because if you are a populist democracy with a socialist hangover, then of course this becomes the battleground for entrenched battles to be fought. And I think here 2 or 3 points. One, the glorification of generics that we have done in this country, and this is what we've done because they have led the thing for us. For some reason, by an externality, if you like, makes it difficult to argue a case for IP and IP protection, because that's it applauds. It sort of applauds, it glorifies what we had read, reverse engineering. That the sign of being clever is to bring a vehicle into a workshop, rip it open, and then create something which is slightly different and then call it your own, which is what you do also in pharmaceuticals to a certain extent. Now, but then the question is that generics are actually a very legitimate category of products. And the fact, therefore, is that how does one then distinguish well enough between the generics and the branded products to say that both of them deserve returns, but which are differentiated returns because of the nature of what those products are. So this product differentiation between the two needs to be sharpened in our discussion, in our debate as we go along. The second issue is to reconcile the interest between the innovators and the consumers. I think here there are 2 possible solutions in my mind, at least. One is for the public authority, for the government, to basically buy out the IP upfront, pay for it, do a net present value calculation, do whatever, and give to the IP producer that particular amount, a negotiated amount, essentially publicly own the IP, put it in the public domain, and then be done with it. So, this could be done, for example, like by any national health service provider, for pharmaceuticals and drugs. If you can afford that as a system, as a government, that's probably one solution now. The other solution, to which I've been exposed rather recently, but not so, but about 3 years ago, is what I call now the Gilead model. The Gilead is a US multinational, an amazing multinational as far as I'm concerned, a drug multinational, which has discovered retroviral drugs, has been on the forefront of it, which has now recently filed a patent for hepatitis C in this country, and which is still hanging, and which has not been granted to it, and so on. And the Gilead model is an amazing one, which is essentially franchising IP. Franchising IP to smaller producers in developing economies, in emerging economies, so that those producers, and some very large ones, for example, they've licensed people like Cipla and Dr. Reddy's and Torrent and so on, in our country to produce the hepatitis drug, whereby they can produce at costs which are amenable or which are in sync with the economy that they are producing in. So that what you get, therefore, is Gilead making its returns, a very large return, in advanced countries, in advanced economies, where a large part of the costs of R&D are being recovered, but then another part of the returns or the costs of R&D are covered through volume sales and not through price markups in developing economies like ours. Ladies and gentlemen, I really commend you to have a look at the Gilead model. Because I think that also reconciles the trade-off between the large producer and the small producers. Because if you get these producers who are domestic, who are Indian, or other developing economies, combining and partnering and collaborating with the larger, the mother, enterprise, if you like, in the production and distribution of a patented drug, then I think that that contradiction, that antagonism between the generic producer in the developing economy with the advanced economy, I think disappears. And I think that might well be the way forward for Indo-US, discussions, the bilateral discussions, which at the moment seem to be sort of falling apart because of the pharma industries, lobbying on the Hill against Indian government and Indian producers, Indian pharma producers. So and the Gilead model, what I found recently when they had an annual conference here in Jaipur, and I was invited to speak there, is also that these smaller domestic producers are now providing to Gilead the feedback, the experience by which Gilead's own R&D is benefiting, and Gilead and the testing mechanisms and the testing facilities that these collaborators in developing economies are providing to them, so that there is a win-win solution possible in IP between the advanced and the developing countries. So I think that is a solution that we should be looking for. I have gone on, but I was told that I can take longer, so I hope I have not misused my time. Thank you very much once again for having me here, and I hope you will look at this Gilead model as you go forward. Thank you very much.
Begin first by thanking everybody for being here, thanking Rajiv for sharing his thoughts with us. And but I would let me say a few words, perhaps give a slightly different point of view. Let me begin by saying this, that the notion that the opposition to intellectual property comes from Marxists and leftists is actually not correct. Some of the best stuff about intellectual property, criticizing it, has come from very right-wing economists in the United States. And most recently, those of you who are interested should look at a wonderful survey article which came in the Journal of Economic Perspectives. Basically, the question which economists in the United States, let's forget leftists and Marxists from developing countries, what the economists in the United States have been asked, we're looking at, is what's called the patent puzzle. And what is a patent puzzle? Patent puzzle is in the United States, over the past 3 decades, the number of patents has gone up by a factor of 4. That is, the number of patents registered has gone up by a factor of 4. There is no evidence to suggest that this has had a beneficial effect either on total factor productivity or on R&D spending. Total factor productivity, in fact, in the latter part of this 3-decade period was lower than earlier, and R&D spending has basically hovered around 2.5%, regardless of the nature of the patent regime. Now is an extraordinarily favorable one in the United States, where patents are given for Amazon got a patent for the one-click order, which is a scandal actually. But leave that to one side. So that is the patent puzzle which people have been trying to address. And when looking into it, what they've found is that the real benefit comes to companies, innovators, from the first mover advantage. When Apple put its iPhone out, for about a year and a half, 2 years, there was no competition because it had the first mover advantage. That's when they established their presence in the market and the money. And in fact, subsequently, if you look at the history of patenting in because the smartphone has hundreds of patents in it. It is simply a patent war. It is just arms for battling the competition. 3 people are in this game: Google, Microsoft, and Apple. Google bought Motorola. Why? Google bought Motorola not because it was interested in Motorola's technology, but it was interested in using Motorola's patent to restrain the other guys from filing patent cases against it. And if you look at the history of how patents have been used, they have not generated innovation. They have been there, in fact, as a battle to protect market presence. If you look at the history, a lot of people who have looked at this have also looked at the history of how industries came up, the chemical industry, the auto industry, the electronic industry. In the stages at which these industries came up, there was very little patent protection. Germany in 19th and 20th century, big growth area for chemicals and pharmaceuticals, incidentally, did not have product patents, had only process patents, and that too quite late in life. Auto development had very little to do with patents. Electronics, if you look at the iPad is not patented. These bits and pieces in it are patented, but the iPad itself is not, nor is iPhone. And most of it is used for, if you like, containing the competition. So basically, the issue that has arisen is, what is it that you should be aiming at if you want innovation and growth? What is it that really matters? Is it intellectual property, or is it a competitive environment which pushes people? Is it a system of an R&D system which is capable of path-breaking innovations of the sort that you got in fact, with iPad and iPhone? And more or less, the conclusion that people come to is that basically you do much better by promoting open competition of free trade in ideas and encouraging. You can certainly allow people to use a first mover advantage, and that didn't require patents for an iPhone or an iPad. They got the first mover advantage, and it's the first mover advantage that matters. I'm saying this is because do not reduce the whole issue of innovation and growth to one of intellectual property. The one area where perhaps intellectual property protection can play a role, does play a role in poor countries, is in attracting foreign investment. That may well be the case. But in a country like India, which has a large talent pool itself, we should have a much more nuanced approach to this, because we also have to ask ourselves how we best use this talent itself. In fact, I would argue that the real problem in India is corporate short-sightedness. It's the fact that our corporates have not seen the need for them to develop a capacity to innovate if they want to be players, long-term players in the market. If you look at the history of, as Rajiv pointed this out, the proportion of R&D that comes from corporations in India is exceptionally low. In fact, today, foreign companies are procuring more R&D and engineering services from India than Indian corporations are investing in R&D themselves. The total procurement of R&D and engineering services from India now is running at the rate of around $18 billion a year. That is much larger than the total R&D spending of our entire corporate sector. And it's not just Western companies, the Chinese companies. Huawei is setting up a research center in Bangalore with 5,000 employees. The other guy, the cell phone man, what's his name? Xiaomi, I cannot pronounce it. Xiaomi is also setting up a center with thousands of employees. So I would urge that when you discuss this matter, don't just get caught in the notion that what matters is IP. That it's what really matters is what drives corporate investments in R&D. 150% reduction. If you spend 100 rupees, you actually can set up 150 rupees out of your profits. It's a it's an extraordinarily generous system. So it's not that. It's something else, and it's partly probably that the fact that you still don't have an environment where corporations need to innovate in order to maintain the market presence. That is the change that we basically. I'm glad that your seminar has two parts. A first part which is going to focus on innovation and economic growth, which is not only about intellectual property, and a second part on perspectives on IP and innovation in India. He mentioned the case of, incidentally, the three sectors which account for the bulk of corporate R&D in India are pharmaceuticals, transportation, and infosys, and infotech. And if you see pharmaceuticals, you could actually argue that the reason there was so much investment in R&D is because you didn't have product patents, and initially it was all in process development. But it has moved beyond that. It has moved beyond that, and Indian companies are now getting into the stage of being innovators in terms of molecules. Lupin has come out with a new tuberculosis drug, for instance. A very interesting model was followed there. The model that was followed was that the public support for it came in the form of an open source system, where you are allowed to take what you wanted from it, provided you were part of this research on the sequencing of the bacillus, etc. And that was treated as open source, the way a lot of internet development has taken place on the basis of the availability of open source for software. Beyond that point, what you do with it in developing the molecule, you can patent. This is a system which reduces the cost of developing new molecules, and I think in some ways identifies the public knowledge, public domain knowledge dimension and the private domain knowledge dimension more clearly, so that the public domain dimension remains an open source, which anybody can use, and then you can take that and develop something which allows you to get a benefit. In the case of pharmaceuticals, something else has been suggested, that 80% of the cost of research in pharmaceuticals is clinical trials, particularly stage 3 clinical trials. That's what makes it such an expensive proposition to innovate drugs. So people have suggested, why not make the clinical trials a public good, so that the National Institute of Health will commission that once the prima facie case of effectiveness is established for a molecule, the subsequent stage of clinical trials will be managed with public funding by the National Institutes of Health, wherever they exist, every country has them, and then the whole cost would come down, and it's possible then to have a far more competitive environment for this. In the record of innovation in the area of pharmaceuticals, particularly when it comes to the sorts of diseases that we have to tackle in India, is very poor. So we really need something which with a much more focused form of public intervention in order to encourage that. My plea then is, do look at if you like, the American economists' analysis of IPR. Almost all of them are against it. At the ones who have been writing about this, you can look at this survey article, and you'll find it very difficult to find any serious economic support for intellectual property protection as a basis for innovation and growth. The only area where there's some questions have been raised is in the case of pharmaceutical, where people have accepted that something in the nature of public intervention is required in order to ensure that the cost of clinical trials does not restrict the degree of research and investment in pharmaceuticals. So as you can see, I'm sure this is what the minister should have said, but so I'll say this on his behalf. And let us see whether we can wait. So my plea is that please keep the two issues distinct. Our problem right now is getting corporations to invest enough in innovation. Instead of Mr. Narayan Murthy complaining about our research institutions not generating technology, he should have said that world over, the path-breaking technologies have not come from research institutions, they've come from a partnership between research institutions and corporates. The iPad did not come from a research lab. The iPhone did not come from a research lab. It came from a commercial operation. That is what is missing. And the question which C.N.R. Rao raised, saying, why are you complaining about research institutions? What have you guys done at the corporate level? Where is the innovation in infotech? That incidentally, that's another big kettle of fish. Have a look at what Bill Gates used to say about patenting and copyrights in 1991, and compare it with what Microsoft is saying now. It will be a very useful comparison if you were to look at that. He has been in a testimony to the Congress. He came out against the idea of copyright for software. Now, all Microsoft wants is copyright for software. Please remember this, that the way the debate has evolved over the past 2 decades has been essentially in the interest of the established producers of technology. And if you look at the record of the innovations which have actually made a huge difference to growth, very little of that has rested on patenting in any serious way. So I think we would be making a grave mistake if we were to focus on it. By all means, have this. Fritz Markloh once said that if you didn't have a patenting system, it would be grossly irresponsible to recommend that you have one. But he also said that if you happen to have one, it would be grossly irresponsible to say get rid of it. So this is the dilemma that you actually face. He said this way back, about 50, 60 years ago. So it's a challenge. We cannot get rid of this, and not would anybody recommend that. But I think we have to recognize that it's a very small part of what the core problem of innovation and growth. And that problem is more about the incentives for research, the returns to research, and the returns to research are not that dependent on IPR. They're dependent on first mover advantages. And that is what matters in this system. So incidentally, I hope I'm sad that we use the word intellectual property. That itself was a little trick. We used to call it patents and copyright. And then in order to lend a certain moral flavor to this, in the Uruguay round, they changed it to intellectual property. You're taking away my property. No. It was a trick to change the terminology from protection of patents and copyright, which is what it used to be called. The various conventions involved are called that. But in the Uruguay round, the terminology was changed to protection of intellectual property. This gives it a certain flavor of protecting the property rights and so on. It is exactly like, in the old days, governments used to give companies a charter to trade in something or the other, and nobody else could trade in that. And now we know that was a ridiculous idea, that the best way of running trade is to have an open trading system which anybody can enter and participate in. In some ways, this is the problem that we have in the IPR regime. But we cannot get rid of it. So the important thing is to see how best we can use this in order to promote what really matters, which is investment in research and the translation of research into game-changing innovations. So with that, let me conclude my dissenting remarks and see whether the minister is going to talk to us at 4 o'clock, right? Okay, we can do that. So may I invite Clara? You are going to be co-chairing this. So why don't you start off now? That I've had my say, so you will say a few words. Huh? I've got it.
Yeah, this is December. Yeah. So, we got and then our work is coming here in the country. Yeah. Yeah.
Great.
It will start, and it will start with.
Yes. Welcome, and thank you again, Professor Desai. Thank you, all of you, for joining us here today. We're really delighted to have this conversation, incredibly timely. I think Professor Desai said it quite well in his remarks that it's a conversation very broadly about innovation and economic growth. And within that, there's a part for IP, but there's a part for a lot of question that goes into how you stimulate investment, and so many perspectives from both industry and policy. For that reason, I'm really delighted that we have an excellent panel here assembled today. Part of our mandate at the National Bureau of Asian Research, as Roy mentioned earlier, is to bring together the best minds from both policy and research community. I'm very delighted to say that's what we have here today on our first panel. I'd like to keep the introduction short, as I know that there are many fantastic remarks and insights that we'd all prefer to hear from our panelists. So with that, I'd like to begin with asking our first panelist, Professor Raina, if you might offer your remarks.
Good afternoon, everybody. At the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Panda and also Dr. Sahu for inviting me for this session on the workshop on IP, innovation, and economic growth. I was tasked, when I was invited, I was tasked to talk about the work that has been done by the Department of Industrial Policy and Promotion, where I had been working earlier as director looking after intellectual property rights, in order to improve the environment. But before I get ahead on that, I would also like to bring a certain perspective and on what exactly, what role exactly does IPR have as far as economic growth is concerned. Well, we all know innovation is something, it has a definite impact because it is either a new way of doing things, of different, with the same resource, you could do different things, or you could do them better. So there's technical efficiency, there's technological change, and innovation, definitely, there is no debate, has an impact on economic prosperity. And that is something that is universally established. The question is where does IPR come into it? And often, one stops talking about innovation and suddenly the debate goes from IPR straight to economic growth. So improved IPR environment leads to economic growth is what we talk about. We don't talk about innovation. And so that is the part of it. And that, of course, the economic theory says that this happens because of market failure. So if there is innovation and there is no protection of that IP, then it is likely to be dissipated across the market, and therefore the improvements or gains to an individual inventor would not be as much as it would have been otherwise. But the society does definitely gain. So both there is an issue of non-rivalry in consumption of the knowledge use, there is non-excludability of the knowledge, use of knowledge, and there's positive externalities because the society benefits much more with no efforts being put in. This is the classical argument for IPR. And they say that if you let the market forces function as they do, then you would not be able to have the kind of technological improvements that you would want. However, this is where we would like to differ, because that's not how history has really evolved. If you look at long time ago, when the steam engines was invented by James Watt, and it was patented by him, his energies were spent going after the people who tried to infringe his patent. In fact, it was found that it was after the patent expired that really the steam engine improvements and technological changes that really happened after the expiry of the patent on the patent held by James Watt. And if you look at how Google functions, we wouldn't have Google because Google processing happens through Linux, which is an open source software. So it's not a perfect truth, this economic theory that you have, because there are empirical evidence to show the opposite. And if you look at how economic development has happened in countries, Japan has been an imitator before it became an innovator. US also had different types of laws that allowed copyright protection. Didn't exist for a long time. And they then developed a society which had very robust literary work. And if you look at Switzerland, which is the hub of pharmaceutical inventions, product patent didn't exist till 1977. In fact, we probably must have, Justice Iyengar's report came in 1954, but prior to that we had product patent regime. It was only in 1970 that we decided to give up the product patent regime on pharmaceuticals. And Switzerland didn't have it. Italy didn't have it till 1978. So things, if you look at how things have developed, they have developed in a different kind of situation. IPR has not been looked as the only way forward for promoting innovation. And so that brings me to the next slide. So what is innovation really dependent upon? It's dependent upon the strength of our human resource, the strength of our research, the vision that our corporate leaders have on where we need to go forward. Where should research be directed towards? We need to have industry-academia linkages. We need to have a business environment that promotes innovation. And we need to otherwise have a support system that promotes innovation. IPR regime could be just one of those factors, if you may like to include. Because as we have seen, many of the developed countries have developed in the absence of a fairly strong IPR regime that they now seek from us. The next slide, please. This is not functioning. No? Anyway, so what should an IPR regime, since I have to talk about the IPR regime, I might as well come back to it. What should the IPR regime of a country be reflective of? Should we develop a framework that mimics the level of development we aspire for? Should we, at this point in time, have a framework that probably the most developed countries have? Would that help us develop? Probably not, because if we have had that list of probably the ingredients that we need, the academia linkage, the research background, the kind of human resources, the strength in them, the business environment to promote innovation, probably having an IPR, stronger IPR regime would not just catapult us into the developed country league. So there's definitely something missing there. Should it be a reflection of the development of our country? So should it be static as in time now? Should we be looking at our level now and have a regime that is reflective of our realities now? Or should it be a regime that is reflective of our realities, which takes into account the challenges that we face in the short and the medium run, but is also looking at where we need to be in the next 20 years? Should it be something that We should focus on some sectors that we think we have strengths to go ahead, to go forward on. Should we not have an IPR regime that also addresses that issue? So these are important issues, and these are important, I think, discussions that are happening. And so much as we would like a complete revamp of our IPR regime, I doubt whether that is going to happen. It is going to be a regime which will only modify incrementally. One, it will have to take into account the realities of the country. So we would need to take into account the fact that access to medicine is a major issue. We can't just wish it away, and it is not going to be wished away in the medium term. So those are issues that we need to definitely address. We would still need to respond to our stakeholder requirements. So wherever we have strengths, you will see movement forward also. So you would have, for example, in the copyright field, you have a fairly strong copyright legislation. And I think stakeholders will agree the kind of enforcement that happens in copyright is much better than what it happens in other areas. And that is because the stakeholders want it so. It's a private right. So finally, it is the stakeholders who seek infringement action, who seek enforcement action. And the government will support it, provided the stakeholders seek so. And that is unfortunately not happening across all the sectors. It happens in some sectors, and you have the copyright legislation amendments that have happened that showcase the fact that we are really on the curve as far as copyright protection is concerned. Now let me come back to what the IPP is doing. As far as IPR is concerned, the first most important part that we have actually in the past 1 year worked on is to bring about an ease of doing business. And we have addressed this through three broad areas. There is a lot of pendency in the patent office. Now that is not to say that the patent examiners are not working. If the figures go, we have about 137 examination reports coming out from each examiner every year. And if you compare it with the US, it is about 90 that comes out every year from their examiner, and EU has about 52. So if you look at the figures, they're actually overworked. But what we do have is a problem of human resource. And that we are trying to address for the past number of years, but recently there's been a recruitment. The first level of examination was held on the 20th of September to recruit 459 new examiners. And 263 contract examiners have also been approved by the expenditure department and likely to come into, they would also be recruited in time. So this is one area that will address backlogs, and that will address the concerns of companies that their patent applications are lying unexamined, hopefully in the next couple of years. The other major area that we have worked on is to bring about transparency. So we have e-registers available across all the 4 IP rights. These are called the industrial property rights. And there is a searchable, completely searchable database. The status of is available on a real-time basis, and you have dynamic utilities where it tells you exactly what is the level of pendency with each office, with each technology, with each examiner. So you come to know exactly where the examiner is and whose application he's actually examining. Besides that, there has been guidelines that have come out in the past 2 years. We've had about 4 guidelines that have come out. The recent one is with the computer-related inventions guidelines. What the guidelines do is to provide some semblance of consistency. It enables the examiner to examine it in one way. We have 4 offices, and they're all human resources. They're likely to examine things differently. But by having guidelines, we tell the inventor that this is how we will look at an invention. These are the examples. They are not likely to go ahead for patents. This might go ahead provided you have you can establish the inventive step. So you do have clarity coming out because of the guidelines, and which have been developed after considerable consultations with stakeholders, and it's been an iterative exercise. Transaction costs are the other area that we have tried to work on. We have a comprehensive e-filing. In fact, the patent office now gets 80% of its applications through electronic mode. And we have also acceded to the Madrid Protocol that allows both the Indian industry as well as the foreign companies to apply for trademarks in India without having to come to India, and vice versa for our industry, that they can seek protection of their trademarks in other countries through a single form. There's lower fees for MSMEs also. There's 50% reduction in fees for MSMEs now. So there has been reduction, and you also have a streamlining of trademark forms. About 74 forms there were earlier. They've come down to 7 forms. So there has been considerable amount of work as far as improving the ease of doing business is concerned. And this has happened about in the span of about 1.5 years. And if you look at the policy issues being the next most important area, and here we have 2 aspects. The national IPR policy, we all know that there is a second draft, the final draft of the national IPR policy, which is with the government. The government's examining it, and it is going through an interministerial consultation. So hopefully we would be able to finalize that document. And the Make in India initiative that has come as part of it was initiated because of a court case that happened in Delhi, and there was the Delhi High Court had a feeling that we need to address pendencies more aggressively, and of course as an outcome there has been the understanding that we are going to augment our human resources, which was already an ongoing exercise but has got strengthened because of the directions of the High Court. But what has also happened is that we have decided to we have submitted to the High Court a proposal to expedite applications, provided companies are ready to operationalize, commercialize their product, that particular invention in the country within the next 2 years. So thank you so much. I think that's the end.
reason is that the purchasing power in the developing world, or even if we had very quite small. Let me give an example from the pharmaceutical industry. Medical expenditure per capita. Medical expenditure per capita in the developed countries, rich countries, is about $5,000 per person per year. In the middle income countries, about $5,000 to $6,000 per person. That comes down to $500 per person per year. In the least developed low income countries, that is mere $50 per person per year. That's the buying capacity. That includes all medical governments. So you're buying $30 worth of medicine in a year, an average person. Now, what royalties can we expect from this? Right? Best matter, the most that is going to mostly undergoing is excluding pharmaceuticals. And that can be very devastating. As for example, in the case of AIDS medicine, in Africa, that is the most classic case where the medicine was being offered at a price of $9 like $15,000 for years ago. And that amount of euros we still have to be like a life costing and have to pay. When Indian company operates for 300 so that's the rate of 30 to 50 times life costs. And that actually typically I also have lots of the typical price difference is the prices prevailing for medicine, many medicines in India versus developed countries will be in that range of 20 to 50 times. So, you see, if we were to very rigorously enforce these things, it will only mean that a very large number of people will be excluded on the new medicines or even take to other things. Latest machinery, latest many other things. So obviously that's not a situation that's very, so obviously we cannot impose ideas in a very strong way. And that should be, therefore there has to be certain understanding and cooperation between the developed countries and the developing countries. To some extent, therefore I think it could be that because ultimately, I think we should expect that to some extent developed countries should be trying to help the developing countries learn faster and move higher. That ultimately leads to faster growth. That will lead to more trade, more people from developed countries. Having said that, at the same time, I will also say that every country begins to move from developing to middle income and eventually to development. We have to work that. Let's say we're somewhere entering the phase where we could become a middle income country. Probably we're not quite there. Let's say China is already there. We could possibly get there in 10 to 15 years. So what happens then? As we begin to enter that phase, that's where our forms and mature to a certain extent. Our people's capacity to pay for, let's say, patented items, whether it's medicine or machine or goods to a certain extent. So they have the ability to pay for it to a better extent. And most important, from our own perspective, is that so-called middle income trap is very common. So once it, you can get up to about middle income, as we said, 8,000 kind of level of income by the day. But if you have to go beyond that, you have to become a innovator. You have to have very good heuristic norm that can reduce the technology. That is first maybe absorb the latest technology and then maybe begin to produce the new technologies. And therefore, I think the stage will definitely come within the next 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, that we have to considerably improve all the ideas that we give. So, I would say that the best way to do that is that, I mean, that is also a way to promote innovation within the country. And the best way to begin with will be like this, because within the domestic economy. So, you know, the national information norms will get like China, the one of the information norms we have right now. But our own domestic norms can have much more, in my opinion, much more rigorous idea of protection. And that might help protect, that might encourage them to become more simultaneously. I think there should be that kind of what we have right now, licensing, compulsory licensing principles. The government may reduce the public interest. If you see from all the management operations to that is great, general masses needed, that we should be able to have accommodated environment like with very adequate compensation. It should be very generous. We should have that so that also we encourage to innovate. And simultaneously we need to, I was very glad to see the they say that our own making regime, etc. is also not very friendly. And I'm very happy to hear that moving that in that direction. So that needs to become much more friendly and much more quicker and responsive to the so that this we do need to promote. Ultimately, we are coming to the stage where we need to promote the domestic enterprises and the innovation happening. So that will be needed for future. So we have to get there. We have to get even our state and government we have to be able to get a little bit relaxed like we are for long enough, and that time to change in my opinion is
Thank you. Very appreciative for your remarks. I'm wondering if we might have a view from industry next. We have Professor Guha here from Wipro, and we've had a number of comments made about the pharmaceutical industry in particular, but I'm wondering if, given your expertise, you could also highlight another sector as well, maybe talk about the IT sector.
Yeah, absolutely. So am I audible? Yeah, I guess. Cool. So I guess the only point which, and I guess why Clara picked me up is, unlike the rest of the group out here, I'm not qualified either as a researcher or as an academic. So what I do is I drive a couple of things at Wipro. I drive strategic initiatives in certain areas, and second, I also am building up a platform leveraging big data and analytics. So both the abstract thought and the I guess hands-on startup kind of culture. So in that sense, embedded in innovation. And I also mentioned to Clara earlier that whatever I speak, given that we are in a silent period and we are a public limited company, I cannot talk to Wipro in specific. So I'll be speaking about the industry in general and private sector in general, but more specific to the technology industry. Right? I wanted to make three broad points. One is, as an industry, across the board, I think globalization and technology are transforming most industries. And we have seen certain industries get completely wiped out. If you take the music industry, traditional music industry has lost all its profits. You take the auto industry, it's probably going to change completely in character, thanks to software-defined cars from Tesla, thanks to automated cars. Probably the future is going to be where people have far lesser cars, and the cars are going to be driven more by robots than by human beings. So the Fords and Toyotas might not be the winners of the future. Right? And likewise, you look at the hotel industry, you look at multiple industries, you find that new players are coming in. And the bottom line of that is, if you don't do something different, you're not going to survive. So innovation is not something that we require for growth. Innovation is something that we need for survival. And another data point, if you look at industries and how they have panned out over the last 100, 200 years, if you look at the 30 companies in the Dow, only one of them still remains in the Dow, that's GE. The lifespan of companies is actually shortening over time, as in what used to be 17 years earlier is now down to 7 years. And with the nature of technology being what it is, you have this phenomenon of winner takes all. So you have one big winner in multiple industries, and the losers tend to fade out. Another reason why innovation is not a nice to have, it's a must have for us, right? And coming down to the other point which we spoke about, Clara, around IPR and no offense, Professor, but there's a lot of defensiveness from India when it comes to innovation, because the starting point traditionally has been that we need technology to come from the outside. And somebody else, I think Professor Rajiv mentioned about the Jugaad mentality. Right? One of my professors from IIM Bangalore, he wrote a book called From Jugaad to Systematic Innovation. Jugaad is basically the phenomena of reverse engineering, of making do. You don't have what it needs to be done, but you cobble up something, and then you say this is good enough. And that's okay for someone who's trying to get a pass mark. It's okay for a low-income country in some sense. But at some point of time, we need to back ourselves and say that we can do better than this. We don't need to be operating at the pass grade. As in, we have the brains, we have the capability historically. So why are we being so defensive about ourselves? And in some sense, private sector is significantly culpable, right? If you look at the research investments we have made, we are significantly underinvested compared to the government, compared to foreign countries. If you look at the amount of research that we do internally, it has not been in core research. It has not been in breakthrough research. It has been more in incremental innovations that happens. You look at the academic linkages in India, extremely poor. And in some sense, I think the back and forth between two doyens in India, between Mr. Murthy and Mr. Rao is, I think it's the wrong point, as in, it's not the industry or the academia to blame. What's to blame is the fact that the two are not talking to each other, right? I was in Israel a few months back as part of a cyber delegation, and what is interesting there is you have so many constituencies in cyber. You have academia, you have industry, you have startups, you have government, you have the military, and somehow they seem to cooperate with each other. They don't have a problem with someone who spends time in the IDF, taking that learnings, setting up his own company, very little constraints, as in there is no challenges that how are you taking government IP and for private profit. They're willing to let that go, because the Prime Minister comes for the cyber convention and says that startups and innovation are our means of building capacity. And the nature of technology being what it is, if you don't dominate, you won't survive. Right? So in India, what we often find in the academic world is they are in their own ivory towers doing what they do well. And when I say academia, I mean more scientific academia, not the economic academia, just to be clear. And again, from industry side, we have somehow not been able to work with them as closely as we should have. We're working hard at it, but I think there's a fair bit of learning. There is some elements of trust that needs to be bridged, which hasn't been done in the past. You look at the university rankings in India, I think they've been slipping over the ages, while the Chinese universities are going up. And unfortunately, the belief in India is to be proud of a non-resident Indian who's become a CEO of a MNC, whereas we should also be introspecting around why we couldn't do the same within. Why does it take it for someone to go out of the country to innovate and to excel? And what's preventing Indian companies to provide the same environment for them to innovate and to do good work, right? Coming back to the tech industry where I work in, what we are finding is that we are seeing a lot of opportunities thanks to an explosion in terms of data availability, open source movements, algorithms, etc. It's far cheaper and easier to innovate now than it was 5 years, 10 years back. There are a whole bunch of opportunities opening up, and the other side of opportunity, I guess, is also saying that our existing businesses are a threat, right? So we are innovating significantly in terms of how we can change a conversation with customers from being order takers to co-developers or working with them and telling them what they need to do, shifting the conversation away from bodies for hire towards outcomes. And also talking around what the future of technology should be. As in some sense, this is something which we should have done over the last 10, 15 years, but we're increasingly building confidence. That's the conversation we are taking. So I guess bottom line, what I would suggest here is innovation and IPR is not something which I would want us to be on the front foot. I would want Indian private sector to say that we can do far better than what we have done. And we don't need a patent regime to force us to do the right thing. We need to do it because it's in our own interests.
The point that you raised about why is it that the Indian has to go outside to become the head of an MNC? Why is Satya Nadella, head of Microsoft, why couldn't he have done it here? Sundar Pichwai, who's the head of Google, the Indra Nui in PepsiCo, gentleman who heads MasterCard. But one reason is that in India they wouldn't have got there unless the father owned the company. That's our problem. That there is a much more open system because they've gotten away from this family-controlled business. Whereas in India, none of these guys could ever have come up to that point, because it's all family-dominated. But that's a very special case. There's nothing to do with our current agenda of innovation and growth. But I'm glad that you brought in this perspective. Let's have a look. May I now invite Professor Roy Kamphausen.
Okay, try two mics. I thought what I'd do would be to introduce some international perspectives on this topic of IP and innovation in India. The thoughts I will offer really are drawn from a year-long effort we undertook at NBR and ended up publishing this report. I know there were some copies available. They're also, if you'd like, available online for free download. And I encourage you to look at the report and in more detail. But I wanted to highlight several of the points. But maybe first talk a bit about the methodology that we employed in doing the research. It's really a culmination, this report, of a year-long effort to study India's IP and innovation policies and environment to address three major questions. First, to assess the environment in India of IP protection in order to understand which sectors are most affected and at what cost, and then examine the impacts on the Indian IP environment of other markets, particularly the US, Japan, and EU countries. Second, to examine the potential impacts on the growth of India's domestic market and on Indian companies, as well as their development trajectories. And third, to provide recommendations to policymakers in Washington, in Delhi, in Brussels, and Tokyo on how best to use bilateral and multilateral means to improve cooperation and strengthen bilateral relations overall. This is an important point, and if I may, I'll underscore it a bit. We see this issue as being a very important one, but only one of the many important issues that comprise the bilateral US-India relationship or the India-EU or India-Japan relationships. And so we attempted to do our research with the mindset that any of our conclusions, any of our findings ought to make a contribution to strengthening that relationship for the long term. Well, over the past year, we employed a multi-layered methodology that engaging several hundred stakeholders in policymaking communities, industry, researchers, parliamentarians from India, the US, as well as EU member countries and Japan, as I mentioned. We conducted nearly 100 confidential interview sessions with specific stakeholders. We commissioned targeted research papers from specialists here in India, as well as in Japan and the EU. And we conducted workshops in both Tokyo and Brussels in an effort to, if you will, test the preliminary findings and see what further recommendations could be found. So let me highlight three findings, three implications, and then talk a bit about some of the recommendations. First, the report finds, based on our own research, some of the targeted papers that we commissioned, as well as a review of the academic literature, that there are strong correlations between higher IP protections and tech transfer, inward FDI, levels of innovation, and ultimately economic growth. We've already touched on this topic earlier. I won't further belabor that point, but our conclusion is that there are strong correlations on that point. The second point is that the problem, to the degree it exists in the India IP environment, is not one in which we see counterfeit goods flooding international markets. In fact, quite the contrary, that problem is quite small. The question really is how foreign firms can operate in the Indian market, and I'll talk a bit about more about that in a second. This, of course, contrasts quite markedly with the very significant counterfeit problem that the United States, EU, and Japan face when of products that emanate from Chinese origins. If you look at U.S. Customs and Border Patrol seizure statistics for the last several years, nearly 70% of the goods seized are from Chinese origin sources. And if you add in Hong Kong as well, the number is well over 90%. The number for India is quite small, around 1%. So the problem is not the penetration into the U.S. market. Quite the contrary. The challenge is policies in India that confound the thinking of international firms. And that's the third point. This is, I think, a telling point as we think about India's growth trajectory. Foreign firms, we conclude in our report, are ambivalent, by and large, and uncertain about their future in the Indian market. And you might say, well, this company doesn't think that, and this company doesn't think that. And of course, there are many companies that are quite thriving and quite pleased with the Indian market. Our conclusion is based on a broad survey of a variety of firms from a variety of sectors, and it's a telling comment, and I'll talk about the implications in just a minute. But for individual firms that are concerned and ambivalent, we see two types of behavior that they're quite frank to talk about in a confidential interview. The first is they set artificially low market expectations for what they might achieve in the Indian market. One firm in particular is an international multinational company, quite successful throughout the world. They set as a goal for market penetration in India to be about 2% of the market. And they set that goal arbitrarily low because they, in part, had concerns about the innovation and IP environment. The second, of course, is you see delayed rates of introduction of new capabilities and new technologies. That when there's a perception that the environment is not conducive to the protection of IP at its highest levels, then some firms choose not to introduce the most advanced technologies. And that, of course, has to be of great concern to Indian policymakers. Well, three implications that I'll highlight before talking about some of our recommendations. The first is that in response to these conditions, many businesses are hedging their operations. And I mentioned some of the behaviors that they exhibit, both low expectations for the market as well as delayed rates of introduction of new technology. This is of enormous concern. And we found in the EU that there's an almost what we characterize as India fatigue. That there was the EU, for whom the India market is about 2% of the EU, was, you might say, indifferent about prospects for growth. Now that, of course, varies by country and varies by sector and varies by company, but there's this broad sense of malaise and indifference. And this, for Indian policymakers, also ought to be of great concern, as the EU is, in its aggregate, is India's largest market. The second point, and perhaps most telling, and Professor Raina talked about Make in India, we found as a conclusion of our report that actually the perception of low IP protections puts at risk some of the critical goals of the Make in India campaign. That is, to the degree to which foreign firms are invited and expected to contribute to the both the production for domestic consumption as well as some cases production for export, that foreign firms are negatively impacted by the perception of lower IP protections. And finally, and this is a specific implication for both the United States and India, we found that this issue must be couched, must be understood within the broader bilateral U.S.-India relationship. The two sides have difficulty managing these kinds of challenging issues without the issue becoming the essence of the relationship, or put differently, that there needs to be a growing ability to deal with the complexity of the relationship, and in the process address a challenging issue such as this. The report notes that in its first year, the Modi administration has made dramatic strides to addressing concerns in the environment, and we're quite heartened to see the draft IPR policy, and look forward to the final draft that your colleagues are working on. We made several recommendations, and I'll share some of them with you. First, the report argued that the Indian government ought to consider placing a hiatus or a moratorium on the use of the compulsory license tool. As we know, it's understood within the Indian context, and other countries as well, that TRIPS permits the flexibility of the compulsory license. In fact, it's been employed by other countries as well. Our point in the report was to say the application or the use of the tool is indeterminate on the part of foreign firms. They don't have a way to anticipate when the CL might be employed, and this has contributed to the uncertainty that foreign firms show. So we thought a useful tool to consider a moratorium on its use for a period of time. We also argued in the report that there are some legislative reforms that India might consider, and two of prominence would be the passage of a Trade Secrets Act. And to your point, Professor Desai, trade secrets, of course, is an emerging issue. Many countries secret legislation, and we urged India to do the same as well. We also urged consideration of an Indian version of the Bayh-Dole Act, which, as you may know, is a 1980 piece of U.S. legislation which does one simple thing. It grants the ownership of the IP of government-funded research to the institution that does the research. We noted at the outset the relative paucity of government-sponsored R&D and the disincentives that's created in the private sector to conduct R&D. It was our judgment that an Indian version of this law will incentivize, particularly in the research institutes for which India is so famous and effective, that such a law would incentivize further research there. We also urged at several points that public-private dialogue be considered on some of the most intractable issues. In my interviews with representatives of the solar industry in the U.S. and Europe, there was a willingness to engage with governments, not just in India, but elsewhere as well, to establish a sort of rules of the road set of criteria that might be followed. And I thought that was quite striking and worthy of consideration as well. And finally, several of the recommendations that we argued for in the report have already begun. For instance, as a result of our workshop in Tokyo, we recommended that capacity building efforts be undertaken between the Japanese Patent Office and the DIPP and other representatives of the Indian government. And I was heartened to learn, even just in the last few weeks, that activity has begun. And that serves useful purposes, particularly in sharing experiences in Japan. But there's also regulatory exchanges that are underway as well, and this will serve a further purpose to improve the state of the IP environment in India. But this has been a terrific opportunity to share with you. I'd like to close with a quote from NBR's president, Rich Ellings, on this topic. He says, if concerns in the U.S.-India economic relationship are addressed in ways that enhance each nation's interests in economic development, the United States and India are positioned to collaborate more effectively on a broader set of international political and security questions. But to do so, there first needs to be a policy context for understanding and framing the impasses on economic trade issues in ways that can lead to fundamental breakthroughs. The time is right to move the relationship forward, but achieving significant progress will require effective management of bilateral trade and economic policy issues, accompanied by strategic engagement on security and foreign policy fronts. With that, I'll close. Thank you very much.
It's open because I think we can. Subir is here. Subir, why don't you come up? Why are you sitting at the back, Subir? Yeah, come. You can join in this conversation also. Some people may have some issues, questions which they want to raise. Yes, please. PPI is the Organization of Pharmaceutical Producers of India.
US, and China are talking to us that India can increase the that's my question. So what are they how long? I am feeling so fascinated because I am starting selling to the US in my meeting and I've got other millions of dollars. And if you was to India, he was bad. Oh, what's going on? I got education in the US, from the US, something from my country. I came back and I invited that. We are not external education will not get us to when you go on realization, as I was saying, as I am passionate about it, I feel behind it. There's not only software, but I feel sad. Any machines will growing, and where software is shipped from the state computer to the server, and it's manufactured outside. We have to put silicon, we put engineering also, and we just put in embedded software also, which is made by Wipro and TCS. And we have put an application software also that makes it work with all the components. But still, with software, we cannot do this happening. And we just don't know.
You know, the returns in electronics do not accrue to the manufacturer. They accrue to the people who have conceptualized this and designed this. Apple does not manufacture anything. It has no manufacturing capacity at all. It is purely a research, design, and marketing operation. Everything that is there in this iPhone has been manufactured outside the United States. Foxconn is a big one, who's coming to India shortly. And but if you look at the value added of this phone, 70% of that accrues to the people in the United States, and 30% to the ones who are putting together these bits and pieces into this little machine. 70% is a return to the people who are responsible for the design, the conceptualization, the planning, the marketing, the research, and so on. So do remember that the real strength in electronics has to be the brain power, not the manufacturing power necessarily. And that brain power is there. And Apple is the most extraordinary example of this, where there is virtually no manufacturing taking place in the United States itself. I would ask Goa to try and respond to this as to what is it that we have to do in order to generate pressures within the let's take electronics just to focus our minds in the industry, so that we capture the. I'm going to focus on capturing the value added. I don't care whether that value added involves manufacturing or not, but how do I capture more of the value added?
A couple of points, and just to frame the conversation, I would suggest that even what you think is a non-value add, the mass labor, as a nation, we need that even more. So I would like us to absolutely have the design component of it, but also capture the grunt work, if you will, because we are creating, I think, 10 million unskilled labor every year, and they all need to go somewhere and be deployed. Right. So coming back to this question around how do we shift our mindset from being a labor, high skill labor for hire mindset to one of owning design, is a huge issue for us as a nation, because traditionally across the board we have trained ourselves to build capability but always take orders from someone else. And once you move from a services mindset to a product mindset, that's a huge shift you need to do. As an organization within Wipro or as a technology industry, we have always had the challenge of how we can shift. And some of the thinking that the industry has done is to say that huge parts of the organization cannot change mindset, but we can place bets in small oceans and have pockets of beta tests, if you will, of where people make the shift from creating products to embedded IP and software. That's not as easy in the electronics domain, because the startup costs are significantly higher, unlike in software. And that's an internal challenge that not just Wipro, I think other organizations have also had, that we have struggled to establish the business case, or who's going to commit the initial volumes for us to make that investment. And unfortunately, in this business, you want one success story out there for you to put on follow-on investments, right? The way it has happened in Israel, for example, is that the government steps in and offers that safe environment for companies to do trials and have some assured demand. And the likelihood that if you get one success in the product domain, you'll have a whole slew of startups coming in. You'll have the entire ecosystem that starts getting built up, right? And the other point which you had mentioned about why aren't Indian, you mentioned Tally being the only software product company and there being no other companies. I think that has changed. That was true around 3-4 years back, but in the last 3-4 years, you have a company called Immobi, which is competing against Google and doing pretty well. You have a company called Redbus, which aggregated transport in a very interesting way. So you have, and I'm not talking about the e-commerce brigade, I'm talking about companies which are solving genuine problems, creating IP, and competing on the basis of IP. I think that's happening. And irrespective of whether the current e-commerce industry is called a bubble or otherwise, I think there's a lot more confidence that has been created in the system. So Indian companies are now acquiring companies externally in the product space because they have now started building the confidence that they no longer need to be order takers. So I'm pretty optimistic that things will change. And it's just that we need to provide the intellectual support for this shift. I don't know if from a theoretical perspective, I think we are probably still behind.
Can I say that that particular innovation, I happen to have been involved in supporting it financially, is patentable. and there was no problem of patenting there. Whatever, we need to end because the minister is planning to come on stream. I thought one thing that I would like to leave you with is something which Chandni said, a point that she made which she didn't elaborate, which is the ecosystem for venture funding. What you have in Silicon Valley is an extraordinary ecosystem where the brain power, the research brain power, the entrepreneurship, and the money come together. And it's not the same people. There are different people who are involved in this. And that is what we have probably started getting this for startups. What we need is the same ecosystem which brings together brain power, entrepreneurship, and money at a much larger scale. At the moment we have it has started for startups. That is now happening, and you see it already in this. The second thing that I would stress is the lack of ambition. I happened to have chaired a committee once for government long time ago on technology, innovation, and venture capital. And I visited a few places. There was an incubator in IIT Delhi. One of the professors in IIT Bombay, had developed a system of using differential equations, large systems of differential equations to simulate wind tunnel tests. Now that's a hugely beneficial thing because it leads to enormous cost saving. Now here was a professor who was probably earning 25,000 rupees a month. And when the incubator, they said, okay, we'll give you money, you hire 4 or 5 research assistants, he hired 5 research assistants, and instead of earning 25,000, he started earning a couple of lakhs of rupees a month. He was very happy with that. He said, oh my God, I never expected to earn so much. The fact is, the product that he had, if there had been an entrepreneur who was interested, that product could have been made into a company which is 100 times larger because of the value that is. When Lin and Page developed the algorithm for ranking web search pages, that's the difference. Those guys didn't think in terms of publishing a learned paper. That is what our innovators, I'll get a paper out in this. They decided to commercialize that technology. Then there was an ecosystem there, which put in. Incidentally, one of the major funders of this was an Indian in Silicon Valley in the initial $200,000 that they raised. That is what is going to drive the system. And none of this has anything to do with intellectual property protection. What you have, Google had no intellectual property protection for its product. None, whatever. But you can get an early mover advantage if you have an ecosystem which allows early mover to move fast. But if you have an ecosystem where the early mover is going to be hanging around with this technology for years before you can get it off the ground, then it's not going to work. So this is why I think increasingly we should focus on this combination. And I'm very happy Subir Kokan is here because as a former deputy governor of the Reserve Bank, he can maybe even say much more on this than I can possibly do. So let us just take a little break now and come back. I understand the minister has now told us that he would wish to speak to us in another 5 minutes. 5 or 5? There's 5 already. Okay, let's take a 5. So many thanks, and I hand you over to Mr. Subir Kokan. Would you like to say a few words before you? Yeah, that's better.
हेलो, आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है। बोलिए बोलिए बोलिए। हाँ, लेकिन मैं चाह रहा था कि ये आवाज टीवी पे आए, लेकिन टीवी पे मैंने जोड़ा हुआ है। हाँ हाँ, मेरी आवाज आ रही है। आपकी आवाज सुन पा रहे हो, मैं टीवी पे आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है। मैं चाह रहा था कि टीवी पे आए आपकी आवाज। आप जरा पिक्चर दिखाना, अपनी पिक्चर, आप अपनी पिक्चर तो दिखाओ, अपनी पिक्चर दिखाओ, फिल्म को दिखाओ। ठीक है ठीक है, लेकिन आपकी आवाज नहीं आ पा रही है। नहीं, आपकी आवाज टीवी पे नहीं आ रही है, पता नहीं क्या। टीवी पे मैंने लगाया है ना, टीवी पे पिक्चर तो आ गई, बट आवाज नहीं आई। चलो ठीक है, लेकिन अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा। हेलो, टेस्ट 1 2 3, हेलो टेस्ट, हेलो टेस्ट। ऐसा थोड़ी इससे हाँ? हाँ? अरे यार ठीक है, जितने की आ रही है, बट सवाल यह है कि उनकी आवाज इसमें नहीं आ रही ना, आवाज की प्रॉब्लम है।
Thank you. Okay, sorry.
Oh. For real, yeah. It's a really bad time for me. Not bad news. I'm just thinking about maybe.
हाँ मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
Yeah.
हाँ जरा मैं बोल रहा हूँ हेलो टेस्ट 1 2 3 हाँ अब जरा इस पे आए स्काइप पे बात करें हेलो नहीं ठीक है अब मेरी आवाज आ रही है कि नहीं ये सुन पहले हेलो टेस्ट 1 2 3 आ रही है ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है अभी मैं मंत्री जी को देखता हूँ है भी कि नहीं अभी थोड़ा सा मेरे ख्याल से इधर उधर हुआ है अभी बुलाता हूँ बात करता हूँ क्लियर से ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है आपको मैं जैसे आएंगे ना रिंग कर दूंगा क्या रहता है
I'm not sure if I'm getting on here. I'm not sure if
चेक 1 2 3 आ रहा है ना अच्छा बिल्कुल सही आ रही है ठीक है आप क्या से कोई बोलेगा जरा अच्छा एक बार बोल के देखते जरा अच्छा अच्छा चलो ठीक है। अरे वो नहीं बोलेगा भाई, उनकी सेटिंग अलग है आपको।
Jack 1 2 3 1 1 2 3 4 5 6. Jack 1 2 3. Jack 1 2 3 1 2 3. आ रही है? नहीं वो कोई बात नहीं, मुझे अभी बाद में देख लेंगे, बट मेरी आवाज जा रही है ना? चलो ठीक है, ठीक है।
Oh, no, okay. No, no, you want to call. When you come in, come. Let me do this here.
Well, thank you, Manoj, for inviting me to chair this panel discussion. It's a topic on which I have some rather loose thoughts. Haven't given them much attention over the last few years. But I did actually write a couple of pieces on the role of IP in the Indo-US bilateral relationship since it came up in the two summit meetings that were held last year. But I was listening into much of the session, the earlier session, and a number of themes I think that came up in that session are equally relevant in this when we're talking about perspectives on IP and innovation, specifically in India. Of course, many of the speakers addressed Indian concerns. But let me try and set some sort of a context here. And the first point I want to make in setting that context is, what is the benchmark we are looking for? What is the benchmark we're aiming for? A lot of the discussion on IP tends to use Silicon Valley or Route 128 or some such model, Cambridge University, as presumably as a benchmark. But I think we have to be somewhat realistic about what exactly an effective innovation process in an Indian context would seek to achieve. We heard comparisons between HP, HCL, and Microsoft, and so on. With some sense of frustration that HCL did not become like Microsoft. Whether it was possible at all or not, I think, is a fundamental question. Looking at sort of a broad sweep of experience over the globally, I'd say, over the last 20, 30 years, I think we know that there is no determinism to successful intellectual property regimes. We can't look at them in terms of necessary and sufficient conditions as much as people might like to. I think it's a lot more probabilistic. And the way I look at it, there are perhaps 4 factors that working together could increase the probability of an effective IP regime. Not all 4 are necessary, not all 4 are sufficient. And the absence of one or more does not necessarily mean that you will not have an effective IP regime. But we're talking about probabilities here. We're talking about increasing the prospects of putting things together. And I think that's the way we need to look at shaping good policy. Are we able to get these 4 elements together, or 5 or 6 or whatever they are, in a way which encourages innovation, which encourages not only the act of innovation, but also the translation from innovation to product, to market, and so on. So what are these 4? I think clearly the human capital is core and central, and from all accounts we have plenty of it when we're looking at our own backyard. But it needs to function, it needs to operate within a relatively bounded institutional environment. A strong knowledge network, and by network I'm broadly speaking about knowledge institutions, whether universities or research institutions, research laboratories, is, I think, another element. And whenever we cite these successful these episodes of very effective and sustained innovation, Somewhere there is a university, but it need not be university, Stanford or Cambridge or whatever it is. It need not be a university. I think it needs to be an open network of knowledge sharing, where of course there is some public good element to this knowledge as well. I think that to me is a very important condition. The third is, as again, these are themes that came up through the first session, so I'm just trying to streamline it, the discussion a bit. The finance, the venture capital, the angel investor, whatever stage of the process that money comes in. And I think that is really a question of a very wide range of risk appetites within the financial sector. I think one problem that many countries, not just India, I'm not even talking about a developing country context, but even developed countries, the absence of appropriate financial institutions, financial profiles, I think has been somewhat of a handicap and has allowed some degree of capture of technology, where again we heard some instances, some examples of during the discussion. And the fourth, which has received the most attention, but also comes with a lot of ambiguity, is the regime, the role of the government, the regulators, and what they are doing to facilitate this whole process. So, do we have these ingredients? Do we agree on these ingredients? I think is an important subject of discussion. I hope that this panel will seek some concretization of that agreement or disagreement. If we do, then what are we doing that's falling short in terms of our own objectives? What can we do to improve it? I think is the second set of questions. And in order to discuss this, we have a range of people with a range of profiles. We lost one speaker to the first session, which was Mr. Guha. I don't know if he's still here. Oh yeah, okay. So you could also chip in, but we've got people representing business. Amit Kapoor and Mr. Guha would have been part of that, but he moved up in the order. We have an academic perspective from Uday Bhanu Sinha of the Delhi School of Economics and Prabhakar Sahu from the IEG. And we have a legal perspective from Bhaskar Bhattacharya of the Corporate Law Group. So I'm going to ask each of you to perhaps speak for 5 to 7 minutes on broadly on the set of issues that this session is aiming to address. And Bhaskar, since you have some billable hours coming, I guess I will ask you to go first and that you realize the returns on your intellectual property at least.
This subject because I am not an economist, neither am I from the industry like R. Guha, who can give the industry perspectives directly, nor I am a kind of an analyst or academic of a kind who can really deep dive into this issue and get to some solution. I am a lawyer by profession, and in the last session we had, I think it was quite open, divergent views about IP, about whether it is at all that important in the realm of an economic growth, be it growth of a particular entity, a company, a country as a whole, or is it a small part of the entire thing, which to some extent I found, it may be my interpretation, it was also conveyed that it can be looked around as well, or looked bypassed as well. So before starting it, because I thought that it would be, with all humility, I should correct certain things which I think in the first session was wrongly quoted, and I think that is very important because that kind of also marks the mindset about what kind of importance do you give to a thing like intellectual property. So I was quite surprised when it was said that the term intellectual property was coined for the first time in the Uruguay round discussion. So we know Uruguay round discussion is somewhere in 1994. Now just a few facts, all academic by the way, but so in 1769, this is the first noted instance where the word intellectual property was used, which is in a magazine called the Monthly Review. The first modern usage is 1808, which is a collection of essays called Medical Repository of Original Essays and Intelligence. So in 1808 at least, we have a documented record that intellectual property as a word, as a term, was already identified. 1893, which is a year and a century before the Uruguay round in 1994, we have the Bureau for Protection of Intellectual Property, which later transformed in 1970 into WIPO, which is again the World Intellectual Property Organization. So the point that I just wanted to clarify was that intellectual property is not something, as said, which came into picture only because of one particular multilateral agreement being negotiated. It was a concept which was far more, it was very well understood far longer into the history. Now coming back to today's, the entire core of issues is IP as a part or a component of economic growth. As I said, that I am a lawyer, but for past 15 years, 1.5 decades, I have been consulting with pharmaceutical industry on IP issues. And the fact that they are paying my bills does prove that IP is an important aspect of this industry. So, jokes apart, if you look at the pharmaceutical industry, some facts again, the most recent figure that I know of, I may be wrong, is it takes around 2.6 billion US dollars to come up with a new drug. Today, you have drugs for diseases which did not exist, say a couple of decades back. We are talking about access to medicine. That is definitely an issue which needs to be addressed to in earnest. But the problem with the concept of IP and pharmaceutical industry within context of India is that we know that access to medicine is a problem. But we never go in deeper to find out what is the cause of the problem and what is the solution to the problem. Wrongly enough, the more populist, sellable idea is that it is the patents and the patentees, the patent holders, the pharmaceutical companies which are the problem. And what is the solution? You restrict the right of those patentees, or you curtail the patent rights of the companies, and you have got a solution to your access problem. Every poor person in this country would have access to medicines. Now let us put this thing to a little bit of evidentiary proof. 1970, we took a retrograde step. Retrograde in one way that I am interpreting it as, it was to support the Indian industry as well. We restricted the scope of our patent protection only to process patents. So no products in food or medicines and basically chemicals will get patents. So 1970 marked this meteoric growth of the Indian generic pharmaceutical industry, and we came to a position where we are now being called the pharmacy of the world or the pharmacy of the South. It's a great achievement, undoubtedly. But now let us look at it from the access standpoint. From 1970 till 2015, we are talking about 45 years. I do not know, but I haven't seen a research which compares that what has been the effect on access to medicine from the day when product patent protection was taken away to the day on which product patents was reintroduced. That is one aspect, and compare it with from 2005 till 2015, again a decade has passed. What has been the effect on access to medicine? Has there been any negative effect? what are the detrimental effects of introducing a product patent in medicine in the country, if there is any. And if there is a research or data that proves that from 1970 to 2005, there was a kind of a steady rise in the poorest of the poor in the country getting access to medicines, and come 2005, that graph has fallen down, and we are steadily going down because of patent protection. People are not getting access to medicine. I think that is when one can empirically justify or believe that patents and patentee are the part of the problem, or they are the problem itself. So I think the basic problem with talking about intellectual property, and when I say intellectual property grossly, I'm meaning patents in pharmaceutical arena. The problem is that when intellectual property rights as a concept started, it started as an industrial policy. And if you look again closer into the roots of this entire regime, intellectual property is an industrial policy. In India, the debate has been whether to consider it as an industrial policy or whether to consider it as a social policy, and whether the remnants which will remain out of catering to the social policy would be given to the industrial part as well. So to wind up the entire thing, I think where we are lacking in even assessing the problem of whether IP, innovation, and economic growth, whether they go hand in hand, or the first thing kind of impedes the other. I think that mindset needs to be changed, where in the case of pharmaceutical industry, intellectual property is being taken, or it is rather in all public sphere, mostly it is being taken as an impediment to ensuring access to medicines and access to health to the Indian population. Thank you.
Let me go back to the order now. Amit Kapoor, can I ask you to make your comments? And what, again, what, 5 to 7 minutes? Your choice. Perfect. So thanks for this opportunity, Roy, Prabhakar. So this is a very interesting discussion, and I have a very interesting point of view, very divergent from what the previous session was saying, and very similar to what Bhaskar has said. If you really talk about competitiveness, and what is competitiveness after all? Competitiveness is about productivity, and productivity with which we use our resources. And when I say usage of resources, it means what's the value that we are able to extract out of it. Fundamentally, if I really look at this issue, what is happening within the Indian context from the land, labor, capital perspective? Are we really using it right? Are we creating the right incentives? Are we giving the right incentives to the corporate sector, and so on and so forth? And that actually becomes a very important point of debate. I think there is a huge problem that we face today from a resource allocation perspective and resource usage perspective. We're not really using the right set of resources. In fact, if you talk about the labor itself, there is a whole huge thing that we actually say that Indian IT industry is good. From my point of view, the most pathetic industry in India is called IT. And the reason for that is very simple, because they're the least innovative of any enterprises in the world. If I talk about Infosys versus Microsoft, they started in the same year, hardly innovated. The value add that they actually do is nothing, and they created an industry which created something what we would always call as cyber coolies. And very sorry, that's a very wrong word to use, but then that's actually a tragedy of sorts, because we started celebrating underachieving, or we actually started celebrating something which was very divergent. So we had to celebrate, or we need to learn to celebrate something which is right. And that is where we had to appreciate knowledge, knowledge creation, and so on and so forth. In fact, there was this example of Apple given, and saying that Apple is being manufactured somewhere or whatever. But let's try to understand the perspective. Who controls the IP in that case? It's the Apple which controls the IP, and that is why it actually has that whole, wealth that it has actually got created. If we want to create wealth, we have to actually incentivize corporations to actually do it. We need to protect their knowledge. We need to protect whatever they're actually doing. In fact, when you talk about brands, why are we really simply saying that brands can be protected and why not IP getting protected? It's part of the same game, but it has to actually go from that perspective itself. And we kind of miss that point. But coming back to a very simple way in which I would actually look at economics, and it is that there are 3 stages of economic development. And what are those 3 stages of economic development? It's simply, we are actually a factor-driven economy, or an efficiency-driven economy, or an innovation-driven economy. India, even today, from my point of view, the way we think is more like a factor-driven economy. wherein we are just trying to say, what do we do with my land? What do I do with my labor? And so on and so forth. We are not innovating at all. And we are not even simply ready for it right now. If we don't protect the IP, it is not going to happen. We can talk about celebrating people like Sundar Pichai or whatever. They're there. They're not here. We have to understand the ecosystem here and what the ecosystem does here. You can celebrate people like InMobi as well. But what is it? Are we really creating Skypes of the world? Are we really trying to create the ecosystems of the world? Why does Skype happen in a very simple place like Tallinn? Why does not Skype happen here? We produce more than about 1 million engineers. It does not happen here because people do not appreciate that there is something very positive that actually happens with knowledge creation. But I did something very interesting in terms of a study wherein I tried to look at some data. And the data was like, if I try to understand competitiveness and innovation, is there a strong correlation between innovation and competitiveness? Absolutely. Because when you talk about competitiveness per se, it is about resources and then, of course, the innovative capacity that a country actually has. And that is where wealth creation will happen. If that is not going to happen, the disparities will simply be there. In fact, you might always say, you can always come back to me and retort that disparities in India are not there or whatever, but India has more disparity than quite a lot of other developed nations. But then there is a whole huge incentive structure that has got created there. And then, of course, if you really talk about the patenting behavior itself, I think we need to understand that there is a very strong correlation between patenting and there is a very strong correlation between how states are actually performing in this country. I just looked at some data over the last 10 years and we found something very interesting. That states, it's not about causality, it's about correlation here, so I must specify. But we found that wherever states where patenting rates are higher, they're actually seeing much higher rates of growth. So what were those 4 locations? Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, or whatever. There could be a predominantly some bits that was happening from the corporate sector, but this also tells us about huge academic flaw that we are facing in this country. And the academic flaw is very simple. I always say academics are the biggest NPAs in the world, called the non-performing assets, even greater than the banks that they are actually having. And why do I say that? For a simple reason. What is the output and what is it actually they are doing with it? We did something for, I did something for the Ministry for HRD at one time. And we found something very interesting. And it was just for the business schools part of it. So I'm not talking about economic professors here. So, but if you talk about business schools, we found that typically when you talk about the IIMs or whatever, they're again the epitome of non-performance. Typically a professor was publishing close to about 0.5 articles every year. A typical Ivy League college professor was publishing about 12 pieces a year. Or when I say 12 pieces, it was about newspaper insertions, interviews, or whatever. So that means there was a whole huge issue that we were not really appreciating when knowledge creation in these institutions. We were a set of people who were, becoming just about teaching. It was just not about creation of knowledge. And that also got accentuated in something very interesting. We became a nation of job seekers versus a nation of job creators. So we need to change that. We need to actually move into a direction wherein we are actually absolutely able to say that our national diamond, I would actually go back to the Porter's theory on this. What are the 4 factors which are going to create competitiveness? It's going to be factor conditions, it's going to be demand conditions, the context for firm rivalry, and related and supporting industry. How do we actually look at this? If my factor conditions have to be utilized right, I need to create an intellectual property system, and if it is not recognized right for the person, it is not allocated to him, he will have no incentives to come here. In fact, there's a very, on the demand conditions itself, I said, greater imports as companies not able to meet sophisticated demand. If we say that $400 billion worth of electronic imports have to happen in this country, if I'm not protecting anything, why should that actually happen? If I have to protect IP for enterprises, I have to protect it across the board, whether it is IT, whether it is pharmaceuticals, and so on and so forth. Rather than saying or looking at what Bhaskar was saying, let us understand that weakness in the system and getting it right, we're just trying to pass the buck to something else. It's an access issue. It's a distribution issue. It is not what you would actually call as a intellectual property issue. We need to create our access points right. How do I deliver my products? Once I deliver those products right, business models will eventually change. No corporate in the world is actually saying, I will not change the business model or whatever. They are willing to do that. The question is going to be the right access mechanisms. Our systems suck here.
We don't have a cold chain, we don't have a distribution system, and then we talk about something very interesting. In terms of context for rivalry as well, I feel Indian enterprises do not want people to innovate as well. And I'm very convinced on that. I'm very convinced on a factor that Indian enterprises today would actually give very high salaries to very smart people and create an exit barrier. So I always say that, like, intellectually, we need to create a system wherein we are able to push people to innovation, push people to entrepreneurship, and so on and so forth. These were a few thought-provoking points, or I thought I should actually say something. And if you want to kill me, please, I should run away from here. And thank you.
Thank you. Let me invite Professor Sinha to make his comments. Doing a PPT or?
Yeah, this is an interesting panel and I'm happy to be part of it. There are quite a few concerns about misconceptions about the whole issue of IP. The first session didn't do the job well, okay? So let me just correct a couple of things. So there is a whole debate about the innovation and market structure. It starts off from Schumpeter, and Schumpeter propounded that it is the monopoly which will give you the maximum incentive for innovation. And then later on, Arrow joined in, and then Arrow said that it is the perfectly competitive market structure which will give you the maximum incentive to innovate. And as a result, he said that monopoly will lead to some kind of replacement effect, so as a result, the innovation will never be good, and that was the situation. Now we are in a bit of a dilemma. So on the one hand, we are just going by the idea of globalization, trade and investment liberalization, where everything is governed by the competition. Now look at the history of competitive general equilibrium. It's the Arrow, Debrew, McKenzie which provided the basic foundation of the competitive general equilibrium. They studied it thoroughly, they worked on the stability condition, and also talked about the properties of the efficiency of those equilibrium. So on the one hand, we are actually going by that ideology. On the other hand, as soon as it comes to the issue of IP or the protection of intellectual property rights, we immediately go back to the Schumpeter and then say that that's the right thing to do. Okay, so this is a bit of a paradox that is laid down in the whole soul. Now, how did it happen actually? So Nordhaus in 1967 says that all unpatented innovation will be immediately imitated. So as a result, those who does the innovation will not be getting any benefit out of it. So if you are guided by that principle, then economists started believing that it is very important to provide this type of intellectual property rights and monopoly. Then there was an interesting study which was by Edwin Mansfield in 1991. He surveyed about 100 US manufacturing industries in transportation, electrical, chemicals and others. Okay, and the survey was basically based on some questionnaire where it was asked that, do you believe that the issue of IPR is important for your decision to do foreign direct investment in developing countries? Now the survey result was published by International Finance Corporation, which is a wing of World Bank, and in 1994, that was just at the time when we were just going to adopt the TRIPS agreement. And then immediately all across from Japan, USA to European countries, the corporate lobbies were behind it, and all these three three set of countries, they implemented this as a blanket plan of intellectual property across the globe. Now go back to the academic literature, or in empirics. Let me just tell you. There is no conclusive evidence that patent rights, respecting patent rights improves innovation in any manner. In theory, there is nothing. And Nitin Desai has talked about the Journal of Economic Perspective article in that context. Okay, so we are in a bit of a kind of paradoxical situation, both in terms of our belief about competition, on the other hand of this IPR. Now given that TRIPS has been agreed, so rule of the game is fixed, so we are all bound by that. So let me just take the view that we are a TRIPS compliant nation, so all the institutions would be in place just to oblige the system. Now, immediately as soon as you talk about patent rights, then the certain competition issues come in the form of how this patent can be misused. Forget about other issues, but just take the case of pharmaceutical industry. Now we all know there is an extensive literature on how the patent rights holder can actually do the patent pooling and use the threat of litigation with other innovators to stymie the process of innovation. Okay, so there will be some anti-competitive practices for which we need what is the Competition Commission of India should be doing to enforce competition, even if it involves the patent-related issues. Okay, but unfortunately, in our country, so far it has not been done. There was this Moira committee which talks about that all the pharmaceutical-related mergers and takeovers should be passing through CCI, Competition Commission of India, whereas it has been given to the Foreign Investment Promotion Board. So there are some jurisdictional issues that is going on in this context. Okay? Now I will be just talking about my own domain or the territory, that's the higher education. Now we all talk about China doing well, this and that, but look at the Chinese universities. Many of them are hiring people from US, okay, job market, okay. Whereas in our country, not an iota of incentive can be given to a good researcher if he is in a university, okay, and other public sector research organizations. Okay, you have no flexibility in that regard. Okay, so although we have a vast talent pool, it is impossible unless you are on the other hand accepting patent and property rights and reward, then you have to also accept that good researchers should be rewarded properly, even in the academic sector or in the public research institution sector. Okay, until unless you do that, industry in India, innovate in India would be distant here. Okay, and maybe because of these reasons, that tomorrow being a researcher, I would not be able to get much. So what things are happening, all the good institutions, the students are signing away from the research and other related professions, and they are going to other kinds of professions where the returns are higher. So there is this kind of diversion that is taking place. Now, in our country, the way the whatever little research that we see is there is basically individually motivated and because of the urge to create something new that has led to innovation or R&D in the university structure. Now I will just stop with two important examples. Now look at the current system of recruitment and promotion in the higher education sector. So our University Grants Commission, they have taken a fantastic and most ridiculous kind of academic performance indicator, okay, by which it is, so all the good journals, bad journals are all same if it is international, and all the good journals and bad journals are same if it is domestic, okay. So you have no incentive and there is a race to the bottom, and there is now a new upcoming industry in India, that is the publishing industry. Okay, so everybody is running from the drawing room, publishing industry, you get regular emails that you will get an ISBN or ISSN number publication immediately if you just send the material in 3 days, okay? So that is the structure that has been created. Unless you adopt a good quality indicator in terms of quality publication, the kind of students that you will produce, they will not be good R&D workers. And if you do not have good R&D workers, no MNC will come and innovate in India because you don't have the manpower, that's the human capital part of it, which is completely unsafe. And by this API indicator, in fact, I have just little judge, a brilliant person called Raj Shetty, okay? He got the 2013 John Bates Clark, and which is apparently the baby Nobel, okay? He's a Delhi born from a person whose father was in ISI and all that. And he became professor in 2009 in Harvard University. Okay, full professor, Department of Economics. I had a look through his CV. Then I checked with my online system in Delhi University that whether he can make a professorship in our department, in Department of Economics. And my own reading says he cannot. He cannot. So this is the state of our higher education. Okay. So that is one thing. Secondly, when you are thinking of patent should be rewarding to the innovator, then you must be also thinking what will be the reward to the R&D, what or the research. So lately we had the RSC position vacant in Department of Economics. There are 4 of them. And the essential qualification that we have been told by the university is that the person has to be a PhD, which means essentially RSC is a postdoctoral field. What's the salary? Imagine 16,000, 16,000, and plus house rent, which is 30%. So it will come around 20,000 total. Now in 20,000 rupees, in and around Delhi University, you will not get a decent accommodation to stay. Forget about eating and other things. Okay, so this is the state of affairs. You could not fill up any of the positions. Okay, so this is the situation. Now under this situation, if you want to have proper IPR, then you also need to invest in the proper ecosystem of making good R&D workers, and for that you need to have proper infrastructure all around. So the entire ecosystem has to be built, keeping the incentive in focus so that people are doing more research and making it knowledge. Thank you.
Finally, our host organizer, Professor Sahu.
Thank you, Professor Gokran. I am requested to talk on IPR regime and foreign direct investment. Yesterday, I was discussing a report submitted to Ministry of Commerce that's done by DFID. Why we failed to improve our exports, particularly with the countries, the East Asian countries. And now we are running huge deficit, trade deficit with countries like China, Indonesia, and Korea, which are we are not oil exporting countries. Basically, we are having trade deficit with non-oil exporting countries. What does it mean if you look at the composition of exports of India? So we are still continuing with exports of very low value added, not technology intensive products. So we are not able to, like, the wage cost, the labor productivity is very high in India today compared to China, even compared to Korea, and the wage rate is very low. Then what does it, how does it really stop us to exports? It's because we are not able to really go up the technology ladder. And that is only possible provided you have a strong IPR regime. And I agree with Uday that, we don't have the system to reward the innovators. And that system to innovate innovators, or to reward the innovators, is having a strong IPR regime that will protect the technology, that will give protection to the innovation. Since I'm asked to talk on the foreign direct investment, there are a lot of issues, not only the strong IPR regimes that would attract foreign investors. There are issues like infrastructure development. We thought that we'll spend like $1 trillion from 2014 to 2019, and that 50% of that will come from the private sector. We are nowhere close. We have not developed the financing infrastructure, the financial sector for infrastructure. The PPP is a failure. Except some sectors like maybe civil aviation, maybe airports, some sectors there are certain successful PPPs. We all know what has happened to the land acquisition, the proposed revisions at the land, the problems with the land acquisition 2013 rule. There are issues with the environment, the issues of labor reforms. We still hold on something like 250 labor laws, both at the center and states. There are different types of laws, like we used to have 20 years back. There are different tax rates for different tobacco products. For BDs it's something like that, for filter cigarette is something like that, for different cigarette products. It's like that. There are different, multi-layers of rules and regulations for labor, and that creates kind of difficulty. It makes it difficult for foreign investors to invest in India, because I've spoken to a lot of investors outside. What they feel is they're not scared of Indian labor force anymore. Indian labor force also, they have accommodated. They understand that, okay, it's a market economy, it's competitive. But what they're scared that, they believe in a legal framework. They live in a legalistic society, and they're scared of these existing rules that might create problem for them. Then we have, there is lack of coordination between center and states. Center is very proactive in FDI reforms. Everything is done at the center, but center doesn't exist as an entity. You see, the implementation takes place at the state, and state laws are outdated, and that is where you would find that, most of the FDIs are concentrated in few places like Chennai, NCR, or some of the states. Not, the spread is very skewed. That is because some of the states are developed, they can design, they can have single window clearance, they can foresight in emerging areas like nanotechnology, biotechnology, information technology, and all that. But other states, they cannot, and they still have outdated laws, and that is where actually FDI is not very comfortable really getting into the state. So there is a lack of policy. Now, coming to the point, why do you need a strong IPR regime? That's exactly the point. Unless until we reward the innovators, and we have a system to reward the innovators, there will be really innovation. And when there is kind of IPR system that gives protection, that increases the competition. You see, when you look at the theory of OLI, that ownership, locational, and internalization theory by the Dunning, it is the whole crux of the theory is basically that innovation plays the central role. And if you cannot protect it, then things don't happen. What all this horizontal FDI? If there is what you call, you have you just think about a situation that you have a good IPR system, then it is quite possible for the advanced countries to give you the latest or most up-to-date technology-intensive products, which really increases what you call the absorptive capacity of the domestic industries. Otherwise, again, if you have a good IPR system, there is a less risk of infringement, and of course, there are different studies. Many studies come out that look, IPR is not really related to the FDI inflows because developed countries don't get maximum amount of FDI. Now it's a developing countries where the IPR system is not very strong. But again, there is also example where you find that, countries like Europe, Japan, or Canada, they have invested heavily in USA instead of in developing countries. Like 60% of FDI flowing into USA is from the developed countries. So strong IPR somewhere is linked to, getting more amount of FDI, but at the same time, there are also issues where not having good IPR regime also you have then, this is basically, it's not about the FDI, which we badly need for this Make in India campaign to succeed. Okay. And for that, we need to have technology transfer. And for the technology transfer to take place, whether it is through licensing or through joint ventures, the innovator needs to be very confident about his innovation. And that is only possible if you have a strong IPR regime. And when you have a strong IPR regime, it's not only the technology will come from outside, the innovators will have a center in India to produce, to spend, increase the R&D expenditure and have centers to innovate, to cater to the domestic markets. So, and there would be competition between the innovators, those who come from outside along with the FDI, and also the domestic innovators. So overall, this competition will really lead to, what you call, the competition brings out the best, and that is the best way to get FDI. Yeah, I'll stop here. Maybe I think I'll answer a few questions if there are. Okay, thank you.
Very interesting set of comments from all four speakers, and as I expected, we do have a bit of the blind man and the elephant phenomenon here, where everybody has taken a very deep look at their respective domains and have come up with very strong characterizations and judgments, all valid, I think, in their own context, but really not adding up to the whole picture. So I don't want to try and critique or summarize even, but a couple of themes that I think that struck me and I think might be useful to sort of synthesize this this very rich panel. Very clearly, it's virtually impossible to generalize the appropriate regime for all sectors. I think the evidence that Uday Banu pointed to, the lack of strong correlations between IP and protection regimes and innovation, really the noise from individual sectors gets in the way of this. So if you were to focus on very specific sectors, you might end up with some positive correlation, not, but I think at a macro level, this is impossible. And the obvious reason for this is that patents come at a cost. Patents come at a cost of disclosure. You have to make everything transparent. And in a number of sectors, including in IT, there is a value to secrecy. It simply makes more sense not to reveal the information that you that supports a particular innovation, because it can be imitated, even if it's not, even without patent violations, it can be imitated. So when you look at innovation across sectors, I think you really have a spectrum of knowledge, nature of knowledge, and and the ability to exploit it, which stretches from perhaps a pharma being one extreme, where it is critical to have that protection, to others, maybe IT, maybe something else, where secrecy is all important and disclosure, the patent requirement of disclosure actually comes in the way. So let's not again confuse. I think there's the temptation to confuse or to define IP regimes narrowly in the form of patents, and I don't think it's that. I think there are other mechanisms by which rewards to innovators can happen, and that is where the role of the financial sector becomes critical, because that translation from that embodied knowledge, the tacit knowledge of secrecy, to reward, to return, is going to happen through organization, through corporatization, whatever it is, through building a corporate production entity from that knowledge, on the basis of that knowledge. I think that's so. I don't know. I've not studied how many patents, for example, Apple has, but I'm pretty sure it has far fewer patents than a pharma corporation, the largest pharma corporation in the world. I mean, whichever that is Novartis or whoever it is, because of the nature of the business. The second issue, which I think came out quite strongly in Uday Banu's comments, was to some extent, are we getting into a sort of international political economy issue here, which is that a lot of the pressure for patent protection or IP protection, as you cited the IFC report, is coming from entities from outside the country. You know, entities within the country are not that powerful a pressure group because they are not at a level of activity which justifies that investment in protection. The one exception I have to say, and this came out in the context of the bilateral discussion on IPR, are content providers, movie makers, and this, obviously Hollywood is very concerned about piracy and so on in India, and that was one of the issues that the Special 301, the review highlighted. But so are Indian producers. They're extremely concerned about piracy. Any movie that gets made today is out on the net for free downloads a couple of days before it actually hits the theaters. So it's all over the place. You don't need to go to theaters to watch a movie if you don't want to do it. You can watch it for free. No advertising either. No commercial breaks. So there is something, I think, that needs to emerge as a threshold for domestic industry to get together, to work collectively, to sort of push for, to lobby for, to sort of ask the government to give it protection, and that may be sort of selective, it may be broad-based, but until that political economy shifts towards domestic producers, I think we're sort of, going to be, this is going to be an unresolved issue. If the US or the Swiss pharma industry is, complaining about lack of IPR in India, the Indian political system is not going to give a damn. I mean, let's be completely, frank about this. The third issue, which I think, picking up from Amit's point about phases and the respective roles of different, or the nature of innovation in each phase, I think a lot of it, and your characterization is very good, factor, efficiency, and innovation. Now, if we are in a factor phase, we may debate that, but if we are, and I think your point about cyber coolies, as nasty as it was, basically underlines that process, then why are we setting ourselves innovation benchmarks that actually relate to another a different phase altogether? We're not even there. And to say that the Indian IT sector has not been innovative, I think, yes, if you measure innovation in terms of, the iPod or for Microsoft Windows, the packaged software. But to say that it has not been innovative in process terms, I think is completely unfair characterization. There's enormous innovation in the way that it works. The number of people it's got together, its ability to service multilingual, multi-time zone clients with relatively efficient, no loss of efficiency. It's done innovation in training, it's done innovation in HR, it's done innovation in in massive coordination tasks. I mean, all of these are important innovations. They're not, nobody's going to get a patent for having created an appraisal system. But without those innovations, you're not going to get an organization to work terribly efficiently. So I think we've got to be benchmarking our concept of innovation much more appropriately in terms of what stage of production or maturity or whatever it is that a specific industry is. Now, when you look at IT and say, well, is it ready to make the transition from a process-driven structure, process-driven activity to a product-driven? Does it have the capacity to do that? I think is a legitimate question. And is it becoming a victim to its own kind of expertise? I believe it is. I've written on this. I've written an article called Pathways to Obsolescence, where I said that both Indian software and Chinese manufacturing are hurtling down the same path. But that's the point. That transiting from one stage of great experience, of great expertise to the next is always a challenge. And I think ultimately, deep expertise is always the fundamental source of obsolescence. Look at it in terms of individuals. Look at it in terms of companies. The biggest, most successful companies of a particular era never managed to make the transition. Look at electronics. Look at automobiles. Look at anything. They always stumble because they've become so good at what they do, they're not able to make the transition to the next step. And the reason they do that is because the guys who are the experts are the guys who get to the top. They're the guys who run the company eventually, and they're not able to visualize that transformation. So those are some thoughts. I thought I would just try and synthesize the comments. We have, I guess, a few minutes. I don't know, Prabhakar, what your time frame is. Just do a round and quick, brief, short questions. Yes, Mr. Goa, you. Does also come down to the fundamental question of core competence. If an organization has, designed itself around meeting specific objectives, you can't just say, let's put a center of excellence in it when the larger culture is oriented towards a particular set of goals and expect this to become a, laboratory of great innovation. Did you have a specific question or you just want to make a comment? Okay, one more point if you had a last point? Yeah, please go ahead. Okay, thank you. I don't think there are any specific questions, but if any of the panelists would like to respond to thoughts. Amit, anything? Uday?
Last point, which I wanted, but I could not really emphasize, but Professor Gokarn has talked about, is trade secrecy. So one of the closer look at Mansfield study will in fact reveal that the CEOs are not that much concerned about the patent, they were more concerned about the disclosure of their processes, which is in the realm of secrecy. Okay, so but it was somewhat misinterpreted, and then we got this TRIPS agreement. And then there was another study which is much more broad-based. Cohen and Nelson and Walsh and some other people, they studied about 1478 R&D laboratories of the US manufacturing sector. And what they found that out of the patent, trademark, copyright, and trade secrecy, out of these 4 options, the CEOs of those R&D laboratories, they have reported that they value much more on the trade secrecy to realize their returns from the innovation that they are generating. Okay, it's more than 51, around 51%, whereas patent was emphasized about 25% by those CEOs. Okay, so in a sense, that trade secrecy seems to be the prominent concern, but you get TRIPS, or where you get that with respect to trade secrecy, there is a flexibility granted to all nations. So you can have your own trade secrecy law. There is no uniform standard that needs to be implemented in the countries. Just I wanted to share.
Yeah, just a very quick thing. In fact, I just wanted to say that what you said, I absolutely agree. That we have to really look at measures wherein we are able to push the agenda forward in terms of like what needs to be driven through various stages of economic growth. But just a point of difference in terms of saying that when you say processes and everything, my only worry is, or what my point of contention has always been, that we are actually working at the lower end of the food chain, even on the IT industry. How do we actually go on the higher end of the food chain on various sets of things? If we actually start making products or move into that, it would actually create a much more, what I call, exciting or much more positive thing in terms of wealth creation and so on and so forth. But fundamentally agree with whatever you said in terms of like stages and so on and so forth and various measures.
There are very few situations in which you can jump to the top of the food chain without having climbed all the steps, right? So we have some of those in our country, but fortunately they don't dominate our landscape.
To summarize the session, no, I think I really don't know how to answer the question. Actually, it's rather the comment by Sabyasachi. Of course, there are conflict of interest. But if you look at this, some of the numbers, you get puzzled. What is happening? Look at the somewhere. I think government has to also initiate, if it is very serious, to give reward for the innovation or reward to the innovators. Look at the number of patent offices, number of patent examiners, and look at the time taken when you file for a patent and when it is accepted. It's hugely disappointing. We are at the bottom among the peer countries or the developing countries. So somewhere we need to take initiative if we are serious to move the value chain in terms of technology as well as value, because that is what it was very worrying to me yesterday that we do everything right, but we do at a very low value addition. So how do we really move up the value unless until we don't introduce the technology. And that, that is basically the innovation. And for that, you need to have a better IP regime. I'm not talking actually, of course, certain sectors like pharmaceuticals, we have to be very careful. Yeah, I really don't know the exact answer actually, what to do, but somewhere we need to initiate the process.
I think we have to, resist the temptation to blame everything, as was happening. This has been a seminar on labor reforms. We have blamed everything on labor reforms, labor market, and all that problem solved. And I think we're getting into that temptation. So I'm going to call a close to the session and hand over to Clara and Prabhakar for closing comments.
I think we had a common agreement that there is deep interest in strengthening environments for innovation in India, although a lot of diverging opinions on what that might look like and what some of the priorities are. I think Professor Reina really set an excellent tone in this conversation, highlighting the number of theories, but also really what policy is looking to do, both in terms of strengthening the environment for doing business, but also addressing questions such as backlogs in the patent system and increasing the number of examiners in the system, really giving us clear metrics for things that we should look for in terms of success and moving forward. In addition, I think a number of participants pointed out the importance of moving beyond the middle income trap and how important it is to become an innovative society for that, with key questions on how to stimulate rigorous protection and the links there. But as Professor Agrawal and others highlighted, very serious concerns about access, as well as concerns about how we define that and understand the challenges that underlie the concerns for access. There's a point Roy made earlier in the conversation that I think is worth revisiting about the concerns that foreign firms have in potentially disengaging in the market, because I think that gets at points that Professor Prabhakar and others highlighted about the deep need to stimulate investment, and also Amit and others in terms of how you encourage competitiveness in the market and greater interest. Finally, one last point I would highlight that was very encouraging to see was a number of participants highlighting the need for greater dialogue, teasing out the points where there's a lack of conversation between investors and consumers, where there might be weaknesses in the conversation between industry and policymakers or industry and academics. And so for that, very encouraging to see all of you here today. I'd encourage you to not see this as the end of today's conversation. If you are interested in these topics, the National Bureau of Asian Research does extensive research on these issues. In addition to the report that Roy mentioned here today, we've also been delighted to feature essays and research with Prabhakar as well as Amit Kapoor. Those can be downloaded on our website at nbr.org. Finally, I'd just like to express my thanks first to our keynote, Professor Kumar, who really set an excellent beginning of the conversation, helping us understand better some of these links between IPR and innovation, to our distinguished chairs, who really led us and our panelists in a very substantive conversation. And finally, on behalf of Roy, myself, and NBR, really like to express warm thanks to Prabhakar Saho and Professor Panda and IEG staff as well, who just set a great tone for the day. Really phenomenal group of participants brought together. And with that, finally, just thanking all of you again for your comments, for your ideas, and for your participation. Thank you.
No.